space conveys a powerful and interconnected vision, reminding us that the progress of nations and communities begins in a classroom, lecture hall, and a university. Higher education in particular shapes not just the careers, but also the vision, innovation, and leadership. With this note, I, Alka, along with my co-host Mirinder, have the honor of extending a warm and heartfelt welcome to the distinguished audience at this international conference on transforming higher education for future, Education 4.0.
Indeed, ma'am, it's truly an honor to host such an august audience today. Eminent academicians, policymakers, industry leaders, and scholars, each of whom is shaping the future of education in their own unique way. Your presence here reaffirms the collective spirit with which we seek to reimagine learning for generations to come. Education 4.0 is not about integrating digital tools into classrooms, but about creating adaptive, innovative, and inclusive ecosystems that prepare our students to thrive in the world driven by knowledge, creativity, and collaboration. Together, through dialogue and exchange of ideas, we aim to shape the pathways that will define the future of the higher education in India and beyond.
As we set forth on this journey of ideas and collaborations, let's begin with a moment of tradition and inspiration, the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, a timeless symbol of wisdom, guidance, and enlightenment. May I now invite our esteemed dignitaries on the stage to kindly join us in lighting the lamp and marking the auspicious beginning of this conference. Please. Help करो ना उनको वहाँ तक ले जाना.
Name them.
Okay. Yes, I would like to introduce our dignitaries to the audience. Today we have with us our chief guest, Professor Suman Chakravarti, Director IIT Kharagpur, our Chancellor, Dr. Rajiv Ranjan Vadera, Director NITTR, Professor Bolaram Gujjar, we want all of you on the stage, sir, please. Mr. Sanjay Sen, our Chief Patron, Thapar Learn, and member TIT Board. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Padma Kumar Nair, sir. Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Ajay Batish. Registrar, Dr. Gurbinder Singh. Dr. Sachin Gulati, Professor of Practice, Thapar School of Liberal Arts and Sciences, and Dr. Gagandeep Kaur, our convener of the conference. We'll now request the dignitaries to take their seats on this dais.
It's now time to reflect on the purpose that brings us here today. To share the vision and scope of the conference, may I invite Dr. Gagandeep Kaur.
Thank you so much. Very good morning, everyone, and welcome again. On behalf of Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala, NITTR Chandigarh, and Thapar Learn, I welcome our chief guest, Professor Suman Chakravarti, Director IIT Kharagpur, our Chancellor, Dr. Rajiv Ranjan Vadera, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Padma Kumar Nair, our Executive Board Member, Mr. Sanjay Sen, Professor Bolaram Gujjar, Director NITTR Chandigarh, our Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ajay Batish, all the participants, and everyone present here. This conference is an initiative by Thapar Learn, which is a group dedicated to uphold the standards of teaching and learning in the institution. Trained by Trinity College Dublin and University of Queensland, Australia, Thapar Learn conducts training programs for the new faculty and advanced programs for the other faculty. You will agree with me that conferences on teaching and learning are quite scattered in this landscape, which is primarily driven by the research-oriented institutes in the country, has always been committed to this objective, and this conference is a pointer to that effect. A special focus of this year's deliberations is outcome-based education, which has now become central to the global higher education discourse. It emphasizes not just what is taught, but more importantly, what students are being able to achieve at the end of their academic journey. In the year of 2023, we organized our first conference on outcome-based education, which was a great success. After that, in the year of 2025, we planned another conference, which is this conference on transforming higher education for future education 4.0. Since education is affected by so many factors, this conference has been structured around 10 diverse tracks, ranging from classroom pedagogies to educational technologies. More than 200 papers we have received. After rigorous review, 108 high-quality papers were selected for presentation, which is a strong testimony to scholarly engagement. The large number of papers received demonstrate the interest of the faculty to upgrade its teaching acumen. Let's use this opportunity to share our experiences as academicians, network to implement the best practices, and go back enriched with the knowledge about the latest pedagogical interventions. I would be failing in my duty as the convener of the conference if I did not acknowledge the role played my teammates of Thapar Learn in organizing this conference. Since this is a conference on teaching and learning, students' involvement was imperative. Thank you, Yashmit and Abhinav. Can you just stand up? So these are our first-year students. And all the other student volunteers who helped us. Dr. Sharad Saxena and Dr. Niloy has provided a great support for all the technical works related to this conference, and I believe even after the conference, this work will continue. Preparations for this conference started almost a year ago, and these students have been with us since then. Thank you, students. It would have not been possible without you. With this, once again, I welcome you all to witness the events of this particular conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gaganpreet, for so thoughtfully setting the stage and articulating the vision that guides this conference and Thapar Learn. Now, I will request the dignitaries on the stage to join us for the unveiling of the abstract book for the conference. Dignitaries, please join us in this. We are indeed fortunate to have with us today Mr. Sanjay Sen, who is the chief patron of Thapar Learn and whose contributions and association with Thapar Learn and this conference in particular add immense value. May I kindly invite him to share his thoughts with us, Mr. Sanjay Sen.
Gagan has already shared some statistics, but I will anyway repeat. So, welcome to two very, very interesting days, and especially welcome to the people who are from outside. It's such a pleasure. 7 states, 30 people physically here, and a number more who will be joining online. This is a huge indication of where the journey has continued up till now. Talking about the journey, the people from outside, I don't know if you all have had time, but please take the time to visit our campus. Really, it would give us a lot of happiness to share where we have come from, how far we've come on this journey that we have taken on contemporization. So while we've been focusing on the curriculum, the pedagogy, the facilities and everything, we're also focusing on one of the most important enablers. And the most important enablers is you all, teachers. So while we were focusing on this path of development, we said, let us now look at how we can also give opportunities to develop our teachers. And I will pause here and ask you to reflect later on what I'm going to say. You all are not teachers. You all are not teachers alone. You all are role models. Please think about this. This is really very significant because it goes beyond just your teaching role. Just a piece of statistics. You know, they've done surveys on, we all have role models as we've grown up, right? Role models are family, friends, bosses, people, teachers. Do you know the percentage of people who have said that their role models were teachers? Any ideas? Any guesses? 10, 20? Nearly 40%. 40%, nearly 40% people have said that their role models are teachers. And this is where I would ask you to reflect on what your role is. So then we started this process, this journey of development internally, planned development, training programs focusing on the faculty. The focus was on gaining knowledge. The next level of gaining knowledge was also sharing knowledge. So we built up a culture of sharing knowledge amongst ourselves. When we got to a certain level of confidence, thanks to the team of 12 that we have from Thapar Learn, then we said, why not, let's look at, spreading the stage further, looking outside. So that's why our first attempt was 2 years ago when we had our first conference. Very, very successful at that time, and successful enough for us to be encouraged to take on another task, which is the conference today. And I'm really happy, very, very happy to see the response. I told you about the number of people, the states that they've come from, the distances they've traveled, and also Gagan has shared with you the statistics, the number of papers, which is an absolute joy, the number of papers from outside. So all I would have to say is that please take the next 2 days to learn, to share knowledge, and I will take a word which our chief guest had mentioned yesterday during a conversation, is the importance of collaboration. So you're learning, you're sharing, and collaborating across. So please take this opportunity to learn, to share over the next rule, and collaborate and build bridges for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. It's our honor to welcome Professor Bola Ram Gurjar, Director of NITTR Chandigarh. With over 3 decades of remarkable contributions to academia and research, he's been a true catalyst for innovation and excellence in technical education. Please join me in giving him a warm and enthusiastic welcome.
Nair, other Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Suman Chakrabarti, other dignitaries on the dais, my fellow colleagues from across the country and beyond the boundaries of the nation. This particular platform, when we talk about education for future, then question arises, which future? Is it for tomorrow, day after tomorrow, after week, month, decades, or centuries? The way technology is changing, this future, period or gap is shrinking like we are going into a kind of black hole. The challenges are so enormous, we have to think how to face those challenges, whether learning to unlearn, to relearn, or developing skills, or implementing NEP 2020, which talks about not only the knowledge, but developing the real skills which solve the real world problems, and also to add values in our character. A few days before, there was one seminar in our institute, and one honorable speaker talked that the present crisis in our system is the crisis of character. Just few minutes before, Vadera ji was talking on the table, why our bridges are collapsing like anything. These new constructed bridges, what's happening? Are they not being designed for those standards or parameters? Or there is a problem in construction? What is the problem basically? Or this climate change is hitting us without any warning? So those parameters have been exceeded, which were taken into account for the designs. There are so many things. But dear friends, when we talk about the new technologies or new challenges, we talk about complete paradigm shift. Till now, our whole concentration have been on competition. And you can, give thanks to Darwin or blame game, we can start, because that particular theory, that fittest, survival of the fittest, or everything is on competition on this planet Earth. But I think we have forgotten, in the same era, there was one other philosopher, Peter Kropotkin, one biologist from Russia. He gave one theory that no, this is not the competition. All the species have survived based on cooperation. And you see, in our Bharatiya culture, we have been cooperating with everything, not only our communities, but also nature. Our all customs, all rituals, they connect us very strongly with the nature components, whether it is water, whether it is soil, akash. See every kind of rituals or festivals in our country. Can we bring that cooperation into practice? You can see in the logo of our Institute of NITTR Chandigarh, teaming together. And we walk the talk. We are teaming with you, we are cooperating with you to have this great gathering. So this is the time we think very collectively to solve the problems which are the whole civilization is facing, whether in terms of technologies development, incorporating them into our education system, because things change and we are not warned in very timely manner, you can say. For example, if you think about those forts and palaces, could you think before 1 century, those palaces and forts will collapse like anything? I am from Rajasthan. There are so many killas and durgs, they are lying abandoned. Nobody could imagine 1 century before those power centers will collapse like at present. Of course, some have been converted into, luxury hotels or heritage hotels, heritage tourism. Similarly, we have to think those highways which are we constructing nowadays, what will happen to after 50 years when drone technology is, at the face of our doors. Even in wars, we have seen those kind of technologies implementation. So can we bring them into education system? We have to think very creatively, very innovatively. Only then we can prepare our students and us on, because continuous learning is the demand of this particular era. With these words, I welcome you all and I wish you best to deliver for, deliberations for 2 days so that things come in such a way which can change our lives.
To come on this stage and take us through his insights.
Good morning, distinguished guests, Chief Guest of the Day, Professor Suman Chakravarti, our Chancellor, Mr. Vadera, Professor Nair, Mr. Sen, Professor Gurjar, Mr. Gulati, Dr. Gurbinder Singh, Dr. Gagandeep, dear colleagues and friends of Thapar University. Welcome to this second conference that we are organizing since we set up this Thapar Learn Center, which of course the journey started some 10 years ago in partnership with Trinity College Dublin when we started this process of training all our faculty members on teaching and learning techniques. So in 2023, we decided that we should now hold a conference in which we'll invite speakers, keynote addresses, so that we can spread this message of teaching and learning and how important it is in today's day and world, with technology taking over and students not very interested in going to the classes, what we can do differently so that students can be encouraged, motivated to come to the classroom. There's something very profound about moments like this. When we pause to reflect on our journey for the last 70 years, April 8, 1956, the then President of India, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, drove in from Delhi to set up this institution. It is our 70th year. And today, it's time to reflect what we did in the last few decades and what the future holds for us. And this is the deliberations we keep holding all the time when we meet in our meeting. 17 years ago, I think the founding fathers of this institution, the Thapar family, they believed, they had a very powerful idea that education can be a great equalizer. All those, irrespective of their backgrounds, if they have the right skills, if they have the right knowledge, and if they get the right opportunities, we can transform their lives. And I'm so proud to tell you today, 60,000 plus alumni from Thapar Institute, their lives have been transformed. The careers were made, lives were made. People like me who studied here 40 years ago, almost 40 years ago when I came here to study, came from a lower middle class family, did very well in life, was able to change my life, my family's life, and there's so many countless others who actually truly believe that education is a great equalizer and can change lives of everybody. When we set up this institution like 70 years ago, the time of steam engines. From steam engines, we moved towards computers, and today we have now stormed into this new era of artificial intelligence, where whatever looked artificial yesterday, today looks so real. Everything that you can think of is happening, right? Everything, those Star Treks and all in my childhood when I used to watch, which I thought is not going to be possible, they all seem that they are going to happen sometime very soon in our lifetime, right? So, the world has, of course, endured so many wars, depressions, technological advances, cultural diversity, cultural implosions. Everything has happened in the last 50, 70 years. Yet, through it all, our founding principles have remained our guiding star. We transform lives through education. And since we have been doing this for 70 years, and so has countless other institutions in the country, this is the only way you can transform lives of our country. We give them education which can change their lives. Now we find ourselves at the dawn of AI institution, AI revolution. Thapar Institute, I would like to believe, was one of the very few first institutions to understand this reality and start moving in that direction. We are watching the AI leap from imagination to reality, not to replace us, but to extend what's humanly possible. Today, I'm very pleased to let you know that last year, we signed up with NVIDIA to set up India's first AI university program in partnership with NVIDIA. Under this partnership, we have set up a computational power, a data center, which is unmatched in a university system. 19 DGX systems, A100s and H100s, is a computational power which is unmatched around, especially definitely in this region. I'm sure some IITs may have this kind of power, but everywhere else, this is a very, very unique facility that we have been able to create. There have been 3 fundamental principles that be your economic background. I can tell you, my own gardener who gets a salary of maybe 10, 11,000 rupees, because his son was very bright, Thapar Institute made sure that he doesn't have to go somewhere else to study just because he cannot afford that education. And there are so many countless others. I remember from my classmates, we have a WhatsApp group, 1985, 1989 batch, and one of them said that my Dhobi, his son, has got a great JEE score, wants to come to Thapar Institute, can't afford it. My batch, 24 hours. The first year fee was collected by the batch and deposited. And when he came in here, because he was a bright student, the institute took care that he got a merit scholarship and didn't have to pay anything thereafter. So, when I say education is a great equalizer, today when I look at that boy, that son of that Thobi, who works in Gurgaon right now, has done so well in his life, I truly believe we can make that difference, and we will make that difference. This is our first principle. Second, we believe that education isn't to replicate the past, but to create the future. We are not only producing job seekers, we are producing entrepreneurs and innovators. It is in this direction we set up something last year, which we very proudly call as Venture Lab Thapar. It's a truly iconic building that we have built on this campus, right? And I will strongly encourage all of you to go and have a look. This is only one of the buildings. You go around, you will see several buildings of that kind which have got architectural awards in this institution. But I will definitely encourage many of you to go to our Venture Lab and see what we have been able to create. We have been able to create fundings for budding entrepreneurs, startups. We have two funds at least for sure, which I know of, from Ministry of Electronics and Startup India Fund, and that money is being used to encourage students, alumni, community around us to have startups and be job providers rather than be job seekers. Third, we believe when we transform one's life through education, we create ripples that countless others. Our alumni all around us, they just don't build careers, they reinvent industries. What happened? Okay. They reinvent industries. I can very proudly tell you that all of us go around and visit many, many corporate houses. It is very rare that you will walk into an Indian corporate and not bump into somebody, a Thapar alumni, who's not sitting at a leadership position. Government, corporate, everywhere you will see Thapar alumni. Punjab, at least half of the bureaucracy is built up of Thapar Institute. alumni. The Chief Secretary of Odisha currently, the Rural Secretary of, the Municipal Commissioner of Chennai, all Thapar. Many, many of them. And look at corporate leaders world around ourselves. So many of them who have kept the Thapar legacy bright for all of us. It is, we see this spirit embodied in the 6 centers of excellence that we built with our partners. We have set up 6 very, very significant centers of excellence in research. They have all come up with some of the top universities across the globe, where a chair professor from our partner university leads the effort, and we provide the initial seed funding for all the projects that happen in those centers. It has also created impact. I would like to mention 1 or 2. Punjab has got 13,000 villages. Each village has a pond where all the dirty water of the village is collected. For years and decades, government didn't know what to do with it. Our Food Security Center came out with a technology and then presented it to the government of Punjab. And I'm very proud to tell you today that the government adopted it, the technology, and also named it as Thapar model. Today, if you Google and find out what is a Thapar model for water cleaning in Punjab, it will quickly come up. This is made by Thapar Institute. This year, Punjab government earmarked 4,400 crore rupees to implement developing policies for the government of Punjab to manage water, to manage pesticides, fertilizers, food crop, stubble, everything. And this is discussed across all the governmental sectors. And as we have done all this, many neighboring states have also come up and said they will like to adopt these technologies. This is real impactful work in some of these centers. This is the Thapar difference, where cutting-edge technology meets human-centered purpose. At this point in time, I would like to add one more very significant project we are going to undertake. We have tied up with Imperial College London, University of Surrey, Royal College of Arts in the UK, NVIDIA is already our partner, Thapar Institute together is building India's first foundational AI model for weather forecasting and air pollution mitigation. This is currently being discussed. We have earmarked a lot of money ourselves on this, and in the coming week, the next 3 days from Sunday onwards, we are hosting this team from Imperial College, and then we are going to Indian Institute of Topographical Meteorology so that we can work together and build a weather forecasting model which may be far superior to what is currently available in India. In the Indian models right now has a resolution of 500 meters to 1 kilometer. Now please do remember, if you are trying to simulate airflow or wind flow around buildings and your resolution is 500 meters, then your resolution cannot distinguish between a building and a road and a factory or something else, or a housing society. This model that we are trying to build will have a resolution of 1 meter, which means you'll be able to distinguish between this podium and my colleague Dr. Gurbinder Singh sitting here. That kind of resolution. So I believe it's going to be a truly transformational work, and we will present it to the government on October 1st, and let's see where it takes. But I can only tell all of you on Thapar Institute's behalf, we will make our country proud. We will make sure that Thapar Institute produces cutting-edge work which is recognized everywhere around the world. Across our campus, similar transformations unfold. I don't have the time to talk about so many other things that are happening on this campus, but I thought I will name just 2-3 of them just to let you know what's going on. At Thapar, we have always understood that technology isn't our competitor. Technology is our collaborator, right? So while we continue to focus on technology, there is an equal emphasis right on social sciences and humanities study. We, in 2020, set up what we now popularly call as Thapar School of Liberal Arts and Sciences, such a new and beautiful school that we have built. And at this point in time, while we have thousands of students waiting to get into our engineering programs, that program in 5 years is also building a similar kind of a legacy. And we're trying to make sure all our engineering students also get a touch and feel of the social sciences aspect of education. And as we move forward, we are trying that all our students who graduate from Thapar Institute, if they wish, they'll be able to do a minor in liberal arts and sciences studies if they wish to. On the AI front, I forgot to mention it to you, we have decided that all the students who graduate from Thapar Institute will be AI literate. The primary reason for that is that in today's day and time, you cannot give away degrees to students without the basic knowledge of AI, because they will need it in their careers. So, irrespective of what program you study, you may be studying sociology in our liberal arts school, still you will do some 9 micro-credentials of AI before you graduate. A thread of transformation runs through Thapar's 70 years history, connecting our past to our future. Whatever changes tomorrow may bring, Thapar University will continue preparing generations, not just to navigate change, but to lead it, with wisdom, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to human flourishing. After all, that's what we have been doing for the last 70 years, and we are just getting started.
I have slides, yeah. Yep. Can we ask them to? No? Okay, all right. Good morning. Distinguished guests, chief guest, our beloved Chancellor. You know, I argue with him all the time, but I love him profoundly. We have a great time all the time, but we fight too. Before starting, we always think about social impact. I want to tell you, mainly because of our Chancellor, Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology is the #1 employer of Patiala, probably this region. I think when I think about my job is a basket of beautiful opportunities to serve. That opportunity to effect that impact has been facilitated by our beloved Chancellor. Dear colleagues and friends of Thapar, you know, the main problem with the professors, they keep talking. So I thought I would have several slides so that these slides would act as placeholders so that I can complete in about 15 minutes. Today, Ajay has done a good job. He only took 16 minutes, but that is not his style. but almost all the important things about the university he has passionately talked. He's a great storyteller. Something very interesting about his story is you'll never get bored. Next time you come, same story, but it is told differently. Thank you, Ajay. So, you know, we have this tendency to use education and learning
we kind of look at it as the one and the same, but education and learning cannot be separated, but they are not the same. So education is about institutions, it's about curriculum, it's about structure, it's about classrooms, it is about degrees, it's about rigor. But learning is not about institutions. Learning is not about curriculum or classroom or structure or rigor. Learning is about curiosity, learning is about growth, it's about self-discovery, it's about self-knowing, it's about changing, it's about innovation. But you need education to learn and you need learning to educate. Sometimes you can also learn without education. You see across the world, sometimes we are in trouble. So this education and learning, one is about structure and the other is about innovation. Please don't forget that whenever great leaders and policymakers talk about learning and education, they talk about innovation. But quickly, they talk about the importance of structure and rigor. The mother of innovation is your courage to deviate. If you follow every structure, every norm given to you, you can never innovate. But deviating for whom? It is not a self-centered deviation. It is deviating for making others' lives slightly better. I still remember when my younger son was about 8, 9 years old, I'm not a philosopher. He came and asked me, "Dad, what is the purpose of life?" Honestly, I did not have a good answer. I thought about it for some time, and I told him, there are so many people in the world, they never ask this question. But our job is to make their lives slightly better. World is not fair. It is never going to be fair. But our job is, our purpose of life is to make it slightly fairer for others. So today, this conference is about learning. Learning is all about asking questions, not about finding answers per se. Because most important questions in the world, if you think that you can quickly find answers, you're fooling yourself. Every important problem in the world, if you think you have a better answer quickly, you are in trouble. A question is an opportunity for asking a better question. And a tentative answer, a tentative decision, is an opportunity for making a better decision. The question is this: how do we reimagine learning within education and reimagine education through learning? That is the question. It might look, the question might look a bit complicated. Whenever I think about a question, I reflect on a question, I ask a question, I think about two people. My dear colleague and friend, Saraswati, she happened to do her PhD with Herbert Simon, the first Nobel laureate in the area of behavioral economics. I also recently met Saras at AOM in Copenhagen. So Saraswati talked about this is very important. The questions we ask and the answers we seek. All the time we ask questions and we seek answers. They are not only defined by what we are looking for, but they are also trapped in our values and beliefs and personality, motivations, hidden agendas, and biologically who we are. So a no question is a smart, neutral, professional question. Every question is trapped in several constraints, knowingly or unknowingly, explicitly or implicitly. So the question, this is very important to remember. There is no neutral question. There is no truly scientific question. You can never take us, our culture, our society, our collective out of a question. So that understanding of my interaction with Saraswati and of course through her and through books, Herbert Simon, and we were fortunate enough to also interact with someone who was a friend of Herbert Simon, a German professor. A few months back I've interacted with him. So Herbert Simon came up with this idea of bounded rationality. We all want to believe, especially professors and scholars, we want to believe that we are very scientific, we are logical. We are rarely that scientific in our approach to life and asking professional questions. We act scientistic. There's a difference between being scientific and being scientistic. Scientific means you have data and logic to understand the phenomena. Scientistic means even when you do not have data and logic, you still act like you understand. That's being scientistic. So the idea of bounded rationality has taught me the limits of rationality. We all like to go with this approach of causation, data and logic. I have a lot of serious discussions. I don't want to call it as arguments, because discussions framed compassionately, arguments framed compassionately is a good, happy discussion. You don't have to fight to achieve anything. You can compassionately reframe. So the approach is based on data and based on logic and find solutions. It is not always possible, especially when you are thinking about policy. Policies, you would know the result of the policies only when you start implementing, and with a pinch of humility, with an open mind, observe it and what is happening. Then you can quickly refine it and make it better. So the idea of causation is a scientific, sometimes scientistic approach to solving world problems. Effectuation is different. You understand that you don't have a good science for doing everything. You all know that all of you have taken a flight once in a while. You all know that airline wings used to be like this. Now they have winglets or like this. So even a technology like aerodynamics and aeronautics and avionics and all those are still changing. So we never have that level of understanding to accurately predict everything. So a sense of humility when you think that both causation and effectuation are important. You cannot just go with effectuation. Remember, causation is all about data and determinants. That means you can really predict. But effectuation is about dreams and designs. You know that empathy is the starting point of design thinking. So causation is data and determinants, and effectuation is dreams and designs. As teachers, as scholars, as educators, we need to balance this quite carefully. So for that, the starting point is humility and openness. I said Herbert Simon and Saraswati shaped my thinking about how do I ask questions. Just asking smart questions are not good enough. We must ask compassionate questions. And other two people shaped my thinking was Buddha and Marcus Aurelius, a great Stoic philosopher, Roman philosopher. It is about compassionate reframing. I know that I only have short time during the coffee break. We can discuss about how do we start compassionately reframe the most important questions in life. Life is always about a tension between, Professor Gurjar was also talking about tension between this idea of survival and reproduction versus doing the right thing like a Stoic or a Buddha. So that tension you can never avoid. And remember, one of the most important equipments we use every day has been designed not with a solid purpose. Can you guess what is that equipment is that we use every day, but designed not purposefully? It is the human brain. For the last 2 billion years, it has been adjusted and refined and modified, and that's why the triune model of brain talks about a mammalian, a reptilian, and a mammalian, and the higher order brain. This evolutionary mismatch shows up when Trump gives a speech or when someone else talks about surety of their understanding. This evolutionary mismatch is very difficult to overcome. A good education is all about training our young minds to overcome this evolutionary mismatch. And recently we have introduced one credit course here at Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology called the evolutionary basis of human behavior for engineers. Interestingly, one of the classes, one of my students told me that, Professor, this is a total waste of time. I was very happy to listen to that comment. I told him this is going to do two interesting things. One, it is making me even work more and think more and reflect more. Second point is, for the other students sitting in this class, without any data or logic, you could make a statement confidently, is the very reason that you should be in my class. Everybody started clapping. After that, there were no questions about the value of the class. Anyway, we are struggling to come out of this evolutionary mismatch. The reason for professionals, for thinkers, what kind of problems our ancestors were solving in the past? They were simple, dangerous, and problems needing immediate solution. Contemporary problems are not so simple. They're complex. They're wicked problems. In 1973, two German scholars working in the US wrote a paper on dilemmas in policy making, and they defined this term called wicked problems. Wicked problems, a multitude of stakeholders and plurality of ideas about the problems and solutions. And a solution is never a solution. It is a starting point. It's an opportunity for a better solution. Contemporary problems are not so dangerous. They're complex, and most cases, solutions can wait. A good education is all about moving from this evolutionary approach to solving simple, dangerous, and problems needing immediate solution to contemporary problems. And we are constantly working on bridging this evolutionary mismatch. I have 4 numbers here. I want to speed up a little bit. Airplane 60 years, internet 7 years, Facebook 3 years, and Gen AI 5 weeks. Number of years each took to get to 50 million users. You see the speed at which the world is changing. Here is a factory I visited about 30 years ago. It's a Toyota factory. About 30 years ago I visited. I never saw any of these robotic arms. I visited them, same factory, just before COVID, and this is what I see. The message is very simple. Technology is no longer going to be just an enabler. It is going to shape our life. You can see first industrial revolution with the invent of steam engine. Most jobs needing power and speed got replaced. And with electricity and automation, most jobs needing precision and repetition got replaced. Today, this AI revolution is replacing most jobs needing abstracting simple rules from very large sets of data. And today, one would wonder what kinds of jobs our students are going to, our graduates are going to man. It is those jobs, those are cognitively complex and ethically challenging. That is the world we are in today. You all know the starting point of this new transformer architecture and ChatGPT and LLMs is based on this this paper. This was published in 2017. You cannot totally approach only with science, only with philosophy. You need to have this approach of science, practice, and philosophy. You all know what it is. Here, this equipment, this picture tube was designed by invoking the idea that electrons are hard particles. A scanning electron or a transmission electron microscope has been designed by invoking the idea that electrons are waves. The question is, science is really not about finding the truth. It is about designing artifacts that are useful for society. It doesn't matter what the truth is. It doesn't matter whether electrons are hard particles or waves, but the idea is, how do you invoke certain ideas to design useful artifacts? And also this idea that everything you need to go into as deep as possible is also problematic. I want to give you a little idea of observing behavior, maybe doing a psychometric test, and a little bit more deeper and deeper, go to genetics and biochemistry levels, or as a material scientist, you can observe materials, you can do optical metallography, you can do X-ray crystallography, and you can also go and take the material to a synchrotron radiation facility and do something. So the idea is, every level of abstraction, every level of analysis can give you a different idea. For example, to understand the difference between diamond and graphite, you cannot just go deep into how many neutrons and how many protons and how many electrons. There you need to stay at the crystallographic level. You know, one is sp2 hybridization and the other one is sp3 hybridization. So the idea is not, it is not about always going into as deep a level of abstraction as possible. Now coming to education 4.0, what do you see? How do you define it? At least how do you describe it? Education 4.0, there are so many ways of doing it. At least for me, it is about moving from just giving simple answers to questions. And Ajay always talks about this idea of teaching to enabling, individual success to seeking excellence together. That's our tagline at Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, seeking excellence together. And rigor to relevance. I can educate every student rigorously if they don't get a good job, or if they cannot hold a job. That rigor has no relevance. So what is rigorous is relevant, and what is relevant is rigorous. So that's the way education 4.0 is moving. Finally, I must ask this question before concluding: what is a good education for? It should get us into this journey of self-knowing, and it should definitely help us be more intellectually open, achieve intellectual humility, and ultimately getting into this journey of seeking excellence. What is the journey of seeking excellence? Starting point of seeking excellence is empathy. In life, we create, we learn, we create, and we help. Help whom? Helping others. Why do we say empathy is the mother of excellence? Because excellence seeking is all about understanding other people's emotions and being able to emote with them. If I'm preparing for my class, I need to understand how my students would feel, and I should be able to feel with them. That's why we call empathy is the mother of excellence, and excellence seeking is all about learning, creating, and helping. Finally, how do we approach this? We have this philosophy of futurizing, legolizing, and uberizing. Futurizing is dreaming, legolizing is dividing into small, affordable, manageable chunks, and uberizing is all about creating systems and processes and digitizing it to make the interaction, the logistics of interaction of various stakeholders seamless. To making the logistics of interaction of various stakeholders seamless. That's what we do. Thank you very much, and let's seek excellence together. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nair, for your motivational message and very inspirational presentation. With these words from our distinguished dignitaries, the conference stands truly inaugurated. Their messages have not only blessed this occasion, but also lit the way forward for the days ahead. Moving further, every conference is guided by certain voices that not only share the expertise, but also inspire, challenge, and expand the way we perceive our world. Today, we are privileged to welcome one such remarkable voice. May I invite Professor Ajay Batish, Pro VC of Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, to kindly introduce and welcome our chief guest. Sir.
We are very honored to have Professor Suman Chakravarti among us today to inaugurate this conference. Professor Suman Chakravarti is the director of Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. He is the recipient of Shanti Swaroop Bhatnagar Prize in 2013, Infosys Prize in Engineering and Computer Science in 2022, National Award for Teachers conferred by the Honorable President of India in 2023. He holds the prestigious title of Shri J.C. Bose National Fellow and is a fellow of all three major Indian science academies, INSA, IAS, and NASI, as well as the Indian National Academy of Engineering. Internationally, he has been elected Fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry in the UK, American Physical Society, American Society of Mechanical Engineers, ASME, and the Asian Union of Thermal Sciences and Engineering. He has also received the G.D. Birla Award for Scientific Research, the INAE Outstanding Teacher Award, the Rajiv Goyal Prize, the NASI Reliance Platinum Jubilee Award, and several early career honors, including the Best International CFT Thesis Award. Professor Chakravarti is the inventor of over 25 patented technologies, many of which have been commercialized or deployed in healthcare and engineering systems. He has authored more than 700 peer-reviewed research papers and has supervised over 50 doctoral theses, significantly advancing both fundamental science and translational technology across discipline. Friends, let's welcome Professor Chakravarti on the dais with a thundering applause. Professor Chakravarti, please.
It's okay, it's here, no problem. Just use it. इसमें engineering ठीक है. Good morning, and it's a great honor and privilege to be a part of this meeting, this conference in this fabulous university, and I express my very sincere gratitude to the Honorable Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, and all the senior members of this particular university and organizers of this conference for considering me for this discussion. Engineering education is something which has been a matter of concern possibly from the day when engineering was coined as a terminology. But what we recognize now more, and we have clear reasons for that, that in the era when we graduated, or maybe even before that, the kind of education which we all received, we were never having any concern whether that education will lose its importance even before we graduate. But now that concern remains. So in this rapidly transforming scenario, what we should teach to our students is a matter of great concern, and that concern has to be addressed collectively. Why it has to be addressed collectively? Because if there is one isolated institution which creates a change or a difference, and others, at least in the same country, do not adhere to that, then that isolated institution may actually suffer from the placement potential of the students. And that also has to be seen. As a teacher, what I have recognized is that many things we discuss from an idealism point of view, but when we need to implement that on the ground, a significant pragmatic approach is required. So, with that in purview, I am just going to have a casual narration of some of my thoughts in the way in which we see the contents of education or the contents of our formal learning evolve from school level to higher education level and from the old era to the new era, if we make these two different time directions. I can still remember that some of the good old school books were not that bad actually, and I have made a simple view graph of what the same topic is taught in physics, chemistry and maths, same, not exactly the same but connected, of say gravity, chemical bonding and using algebraic expressions for some calculations. So that Newton's apple story that we have all studied in school, and I am pretty sure that never happened. Newton was perhaps never sitting below a tree, and perhaps never apple fell on his head or whatever. But these are all symbolic stories, just like the Leaning Tower of Pisa and Galileo's famous experiments. And I have read some science history, real authentic books, that perhaps that experiment never happened. So, but the whole idea is that those were simplistic approaches of introducing certain ideas and creating interest in the minds of people. And now, when someone from one subject intends to learn another subject, that skill has to be brought even to the higher education level. Imagine someone from medical domain wants to learn AI. Will you teach the same mathematical rigor that you do for your students in computer science? Simply not. If you do it, your entire purpose will be lost. You can show your great maths knowledge to that poor medical person who has done only maths up to a certain class, and then he is good in many things, but that he has not followed. So I have realized that this sort of education, which we think as quality education, is actually an act of insulting those who are a bit ignorant. And maths and biology are big responsibles for that, to a large extent also chemistry. So how can we democratize our style of education? And this is very, very important in the contemporary era, when we do not actually know that what education will be required for which person. When we were in school, we never believed that a history teacher will require AI. I mean, at that time, AI was not known as a terminology to school children, although it was existing, but it was never anticipated. So now, when AI has to be introduced to a history teacher, one has to be sensitive enough and sensible enough to realize exactly how it has to be done. And then, therefore, my first impression of this learning is that let us ourselves become a child before introducing a topic to anyone. Otherwise, it may not serve the purpose. But at the same time, when we become a child, what kind of child we become? So this is what we say as dilution of the education that I have seen over the years. So the same maths level, and this dilution of education has also a lot to do with what is effective learning. And I was discussing yesterday with the team of the Honorable Chancellor that while in IIT we get very, very good and brilliant students, but our method of entrance exam is a killer of actually thinking of extracting something very meaningful out of them. So this is an extreme aberration. As a teacher, what I always like to do is to give extreme examples so that it catches attention, and that extremity actually may not happen. So calculate the surface area of this object. It's a school level problem, and a reasonably good one. There is a 1/4 of a circle that has to be cut off and all those things. Then someone says, no, 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 it is too tough. It is creating stress on the mind of the students. And education, we should not ignore this completely. Now education is like a seller-consumer relationship, and students are consumers. Be it a coaching center, be it anywhere. So that, to protect that interest, a dilution of the inconsistent units. So basically right answer is inconsistent units. So basically right answer is given somewhere. Up to the previous question, at least someone had to calculate without getting a prompt of which could be the right answer. And then this one. So choose the correct surface area of the rectangle. A, India, B, Eden Garden, C, 600. So this is almost giving you the answer, but it's a question. And the last one, let us be more friendly to the students. Color the rectangle with a color of your choice. Okay. In the COVID era, I was sort of getting into this kind of the evolution of education through the interest of education of my son. He was in class 5 when actually transition of class 4 and 5 when COVID struck in. So from class 5 he had to have this that study from home mode of the school. So I was very with lot of interest following what his teachers were teaching, and then my wife told that there are many other online systems where we can enroll him to keep him engaged. Otherwise, with that age, you have a lot of energy, and when someone is not able to go out of the room, it's an explosive destructive energy that remains inside. So some maths class. Again, I'm exaggerating this a little bit, but very similar thing happened. So someone, a teacher was teaching to the students and telling, "अच्छा बच्चों बोलो तो 3 + 2 क्या होता है?" Similar question, not the same. Some student, there are different types of students. Most of you, I believe, are teachers, and you recognize this. There are some who are very shy, and there are some who are opposite. For anything, they will raise hand and try to impress the teacher. So, and usually teachers are experienced, but they get, bit sort of influenced by those and think that they are actually good students. So, so this person, this kid, he clicked that, or raised hand, and then teacher said, and he gave some answer, say 3 + 2 क्या होता है? 7, 8 कुछ बोला. Then the teacher said, अच्छा बेटा तुमने तो कोशिश किया, ये तो 5 होना था, लेकिन 6, 7 बोला, ठीक है, काफी क्लोज हुआ. So the reason is that it was a trial class. If the child tells to his parents that this coaching center is not doing the correct job, then he will not be enrolled for the actual class, and the tutor who was giving that demo class, her job will also be gone. So and this acha beta is a modern style of accepting everything. I was telling to my son that had it happened in our era, it would be a significant slap, and I am not saying that significant slap is good, but what I am saying is that it is like horses for courses. I mean, you have to realize to what extent you have to go. So we have to keep these things in mind. As the change in era in the dynamic need, it is the dynamic change of mindset of the students also that we have to keep in mind. In the IIT system, in IIT Kharagpur, we have around 16,000 students. Very difficult to keep track of the individuals, but sometimes the students, when they find that they want to have an action, they have found out a way. They directly write to the director and that this thing has happened, something. So one student wrote that there was a teacher in a lab class. He threw the lab notebook because something he had done. And his parent also wrote that it is something very, very disturbing. So I said that yes, it is indeed very disturbing, but his parent, I assume that he would be similar to my age group. My son is in class 9, this child is in maybe first year, second year, so not much difference in terms of age group. So I told him that, sir, think about this. Did you attend any class in your school or college where you were never scolded? But did you think that this would be the end of your life? No, right? But now it is happening. So we have to be sensitive to this. We cannot blame this generation where the entire generation depends on a virtual world. There are platforms like Reddit and all where with anonymity they discuss the kinds of things that if you see, you will realize that what is this, and this is about all academic institutions. You see your students anonymously what they are writing in Reddit. It will be an eye opener. So now, at the same time, we always keep on blaming and we say whatever was in our era was good and the present era is horrible. So when my father used to listen to some songs of very old days, I said, no, these are not that good. And in our 90s when we were students, in those days, those Kumar Sanu, Udit Narayan, and all those we said that no, these are the great ones. And maybe my father was still listening to that Rafi Saab and all those things. And then, now when the same thing happens and my son is talking about one of the very modern songs, I say, these are all faltu, that Kishore Kumar was the greatest. So these things happen. And we have to recognize, we cannot simply ignore and say, this is a completely different generation. I mean, we are there to serve this generation. That is why we are paid. So be responsive to the evolving challenges. And it is not so easy to do, and resist the temptation of establishing superiority, teach and don't preach. This is what is my humble submission to any teacher. So most of the times, and it is typically with our Indian system, it happens very commonly, just like with that light lamping and all things start. So it's a ritual. So when teacher is telling something, generally teacher believes that it is like a verse of something Ma Saraswati that is coming out, and all others are disciples, they have to accept this. We do not realize that the same student now is so much exposed that in the YouTube that same student will be exposed to 100 times better lectures free of cost. So we cannot just keep our eyes shut and tell whatever we want. Emphasize on the fundamentals and interpretation between lines and highlight on possible wrong concepts on critical topics. This is very, very important. And this is a big paradigm shift in teaching learning as compared to what it was in our era. In our era, giving the fact, giving the information or giving the content was a significant part of the teaching because those were not easily available. So even in higher education, we used to, in a light mode say that some teachers who had their excellent notes, at least I have studied with many such teachers who had excellent notes, and in those days typed notes were not common. So with very nice handwriting, those notes were there. But with all due respect, what we found is that the same note is going on, and there is a way to refresh the note. When it has become yellow, subject it to the photocopy machine. It will again become white. So in that way, the same thing would pass on. And in the note what is written, see, it is very important to give the note, absolutely no problem. But the teacher becomes a great teacher when the teacher does not read out the note but only interprets the in between lines. And this is very, very important now. In our school era, who was a great history teacher? Someone who would narrate vividly those dates and what war happened and who won and who lost and all. And we thought, amazing, how this teacher can remember this. Now you allow a mobile smartphone to a student, and that is why I think we don't allow this to them. So teacher will tell something and the student can open up, 1,000 times more what you call as information on that particular event. So what is expected out of history? Given the information, you train them how to critically analyze the learnings from the event, what has happened. And that requires interpretation and critical thinking. This is what is the job of a teacher. And I am afraid this is still ChatGPT cannot do that well. But if you ask ChatGPT about the description of a historical event, it will simply collect, from all the open source data and give it in a way that it is the best out of all possible history books that we have all seen. A good teacher of life science, in my school time, who was a great teacher of life science, would nicely draw an elementary system of a toad with these arrows and all, this part, that part, was so wow, what a nice, this, sketch and pointing. And now all those things with 3-dimensional video and all those things, these children will get easily. So that will look like a punishment for a child when you ask the person. But I see in exam again same questions are coming. And then we talk about big things about transforming era, etc., etc. We complain that our children are not interested, but do we actually provide items for them to remain interested? So these are the things that, these are things which we should think critically. Refrain from overuse and abuse of technology. And this is a bit of a paradox. I am going to talk about AI in education, and I am saying overuse and abuse of technology. By this, what I mean is that do not use technology as an escape route. I have seen in many maths classes, people are having nice PowerPoint presentations, one after the other equations are flashed, and students cannot follow anything. When I joined IIT Kharagpur, and maybe within 1 year I was teaching an undergraduate fluid mechanics class. Now for 2 decades I have been teaching similar subjects, but that was of course my early career. And the students were reasonably close to my age so that I could have a sort of informal opinion from them about the teaching method. One of them, he is now a very established person, told me at that time, "Sir, please do not cheat us by flashing PowerPoint slides one after the other." And I realized its importance because it is horses for courses. One has to realize that for what you have to use that audio visual and for what not. So if you want to have a sketch and drawing, do not waste time. Show beautiful videos and diagrams which are available, and or maybe some illustration which in the board it is not possible. But basic fundamental concept on such conceptual topics like maths and all, there is no substitute of the classical chalk and board talk. No substitute. See the best of the MIT professors. So when we talk about technology, do not get obsessed by technology. In the world, obsession is very bad. And teach by examples, distractors, humors, etc. Again, see, life is a lesson. So I can give you one example where I found that, over formal education, how it doesn't work. When our son was like, say, age of 3 or 4, see, everyone is in the world, at least in our places, like, पापा कहते हैं बड़ा नाम करेगा, तो किसमें नाम करेगा तो पता नहीं, लेकिन नाम तो करेगा. So we thought that maybe he can learn music. And see, starting from cricket to music to everything, we want really all-rounders, great all-rounders. We realized that in the world, there was one all-rounder who was equally good in batting and bowling, 0 in batting and, getting no wicket. So we can say definition-wise correct, equal in batting and bowling. So then so we got hold of a tutor, that very senior person, and he said that you arrange for a harmonium, etc. We did it sincerely because none of us are trained in music, so we sincerely followed what the teacher said. Then the teacher came, and the teacher started with Sargam. And then my son said, enough is enough. I don't want to, it's... so then I retrospectively thought, that he is a learned teacher, but if I had been in place, what I would have done? I would have simply thought about this, that he goes to a kindergarten school and there is an annual day event which was coming. I would simply teach him a simple song which he can render in the annual day event. That will drag him to the subject, and once he is dragged, I will bring in more grammar. This is the style that we have to follow, and we implicitly follow. In our time, how electronics was taught? First N junction, P junction, PNP junction. We thought, this is only for exam. Now you have those Arduino and other things. You make simple sensors with the help of the things which are available off the shelf. Even at class 7, 8 age, where you do not know what is electron, what is hole, how electron holes are moving like that. And once you go to higher classes and you learn about that, you can relate those with the semiconductor devices with which you have worked like a child's play. And this is the style in which we have to adapt all our education, teaching learning for the modern era. So the changing context from industrial age to now intelligence age. So industrial revolution was a revolution. And now people talk about AI revolution. I do not call it AI revolution because AI has been a terminology long back, and people in certain subjects know how to coin buzzwords very well, and AI is something like that. So I would better say intelligence age, because machine intelligence is trying to govern a lot which otherwise humans thought of doing by using human intelligence. AI, automation and open web revolution. And when all these things are there, we have to be more and more careful about human-centric challenges that need empathy, ethics and engineering combined. This is something which you cannot teach by a school-type moral science course. So this has to be inculcated by the nature of education that is being provided. So if we see the traditional education, what is the gap that we find? That what we call as repeated memorization based learning, that it starts with the very junior primary school learning of the tables, table of 1, table of 2, table of 3, like that, where you do not apply your mind but churn it time and again, and that is your learning. It still dominates. You go to any hostel before, the night before the exam of your own subject. Just do it as an experiment. The subject that you are teaching, and you visit the hostels where students are there and they are preparing that. You will realize that it is that same learning. In a maybe a different way, but same learning. So how does this learning help? it is completely disconnected from industry and society. And it is mostly learning without purpose or confidence. Whenever we teach or subject to our students, unless we consciously talk about a broad perspective of what we are teaching, they have an impression and we also have an impression that this is for their good performance in the exam. And all our goody-goody boys and girls will listen to that very carefully because they know it will help in the exam, not how it will help in the life. And this is a significant disconnect of what is being taught and what is required. So, there is something which is there, feel, think and build philosophy. Feel is about empathy and awareness of the context. It's just a feel. Say someone is learning about water purification. That person has a feeling that, well, in the surrounding villages people do not get quality drinking water. So that is a connection. It may be a simple connection, but that feel makes your learning more purposeful. Think, critical and interdisciplinary reasoning. I gave in the context of history, but it is there in all. Now that there is no challenge in getting content, no teacher should waste time on content. Teachers can share content in a structured way well in advance, because otherwise students are lost. There is explosion of content. They do not know what is befitting for them. So you can organize certain links or maybe certain documents which will give them organized contents but not discovered by you. These are contents available and you have organized, okay, no problem. But what you discuss in the class is not reading out those contents. Something out of those contents which you feel that it is impossible for a student to decode just by reading. And that is the real foundation knowledge. So in IIT Kharagpur, to some of my colleagues, I have proposed a curriculum transformation with a 3-tier learning. Tier 1 is foundational knowledge, and for every stream there is a foundational knowledge that cannot be compromised. So someone applying AI in law, it should not happen the person does not know law and only applying AI. Someone who is applying AI for automated vehicle should not be in a position to have the learning of AI where the person doesn't know about the engine. So that foundation knowledge is very important. In the AI era, these things are very, very important, because otherwise students have completely different mindset. I keep on telling one story, it's like an anecdote. Long time back, when for the first time I was in Germany for some of my study related work. So in the TV, an advertisement of the Mercedes-Benz car used to come. And in this apartment where I was staying, the TV, the language used to go on in German, but subtitles of some of those in English in some channels were available. So someone has purchased a brand new Mercedes car, and that Mercedes car, so the person is very happy and the person is driving this across the German Autobahn. You know that unlimited speed people can drive in those roads, so they really enjoy driving there. So he was driving that vehicle, and suddenly he found that the vehicle stopped, and he was very, very upset. Brand new this one Mercedes car, and Germans are very good in hands-on engineering, and this is one of the lessons that I have seen from them. So he started fixing it up to his level best, and he could not at the end. So he called up those people who were there in the factory, and they also were very, very surprised. It has never happened in their life. So they rushed and they opened up the car and found that there is no engine in the car. And then the caption comes, Benz the car rides by name only. That means it is just by the name of Mercedes-Benz the car was running and there was actually no engine. So this was actually a branding of Mercedes-Benz, that see the brand, by brand only it runs even if it has nothing. So our education has now become like that. So can you have an automated vehicle like that? You think of, you know, that autonomous vehicle moving there, here and there. So we have forgotten to teach our students that there is something called as topping on the cake. If the cake doesn't exist, the topping has no value. So the cake is a foundation learning of the subject. This cannot be compromised. So this is tier 1. Tier 2 is the bouquet of interdisciplinary or breadth learning, which is essentially a combination of skill sets. And you may give it through, say for example, someone studying in mechanical engineering. It could be applied AI for mechanical engineering. Something could be your do-it-yourself, hands-on training. So these kinds of different things. It could also be on ethics, you know, so many other things it can be, which is very important for their soft skill. Even behavioral science nowadays very important. So these kinds of things is level 2. And in the level 2, it is also needed that you dump all those materials which was previously taught in the class but so descriptive, you can call them as reading courses. So you give the reading material and make those short credit courses, maybe with a certain frequency, teacher interacts with the students for a doubt clearing, and at the end the student has an open book exam or open note exam. And this is what in real life we do. Real life, if we are asked to solve a problem, nobody, no research scholar will be told that you cannot consult book. In fact, we encourage you should read more and more journal papers. So this is conflicting with how we train them in the lower classes, where we say don't consult book. And then all those malpractice, this and this, that thing comes, and our entire educational thing, Senate, etc., almost gets occupied with how to manage these kinds of problematic case students rather than moving progressively. And then the third tier, the most important, activity and project-based learning. So whatever is relevant, by combining the foundation knowledge with the modern generation skills, let them be given some activity, projects, grand challenge problems, etc., which as a teamwork they do, and preferably possibly by mixing with students from other disciplines. For example, one engineer with one doctor. And try to solve a problem which is of real life relevance. And through that project or experience based learning, it is built hands-on, impactful real world engineering. So if we have this 3-tier education in all the engineering departments, I think that we will make our students more prepared. So as per NEP 2020, there are many policies. Certain policies which I just talked, I thought I will summarize, that how can we bring those to practice. Multiple entry exit is very much possible, because let us say you are having a BS on data science. Now someone who is already in the industry and maybe quite a learned person in his or her era would require only that top-up education that was not provided when he or she was a student. So that top-up education can be provided by a module of that. But someone who is going from class 12 will require the whole thing. So accordingly, you can have the entry and the exit, and you can give diploma, certificate, etc., depending on the need. Project and activity-based learning, and interdisciplinary and skill-based curriculum. So the example that I talked about, a model curriculum, that is what we can exercise. AI-driven personalized learning, use of open tools and simulators, context-aware modular education. And I think that if you all recognize this, make this exercise, you, whatever subject you teach to your undergraduate students, you have sample question papers. Give those questions over the last 10 years what you or your colleagues have said to ChatGPT. You will see more than 90% is correct answer. So, is it for that question answer we are training our students? No. Sometimes the challenge of the student in making use of those AI tools correctly is that the student doesn't know how to pose the question to the AI tool in a very precise and correct manner. So train your students in how to pose questions, not how to give answers, and how to pose questions with granularity in a way that with modern tools 90% of the answers they will get and remaining 10% they have to think and imagine. That training has to be provided. Now, you may tell that I am also telling like some preaching type, something ideal, this has to be done and all. In my little bit of experience in sort of teaching over the years, I have always tried to make a bit of a change in what was happening. So during the COVID time, all of us had to accept online exam. And some of my younger colleagues were telling that he was frustrated because during the online exam, students were sharing answers by WhatsApp. And then, nothing could be done. So I said, okay, let me set up a different question. So before the day of my fluid mechanics exam, somehow that spray nozzle of the toilet, it stopped working. And if the video is there, let me just run the video. It could be of interest to you. Where is that folder? Folder कहाँ है? जो जिस folder से मैंने बात करी था. हाँ, ठीक. Okay. So what I did is, instead of getting upset, first my son called me. Display is not coming. Okay, just run it. I am sorry I am taking a bit of time. Actually, I do not prepare for these lectures. The way I think, I tell. So, ठीक है, वो तो आ गया. हाँ, चलाइए. So I gave a good music to this. Actually, it was a horrible situation. I mean, you can see it is broken. So when the water is coming out, this is dancing, right? And if you have a different nozzle, वो कहाँ गया? वो folder. हाँ, ठीक है, आ गया. So वो नहीं आ रहा है ना? Just so this is with, when the nozzle is working. It was another washroom where it was working. So I took that video also and gave this question. I will come back to the slide. Okay. कहाँ है वो? Yeah. हाँ. So I will come back to the slide. Oh, इसको भी आना है. वीडियो को बंद कर दो, हो जाएगा. I am fortunate that I did not put more videos in the presentation. Every video would be 5 minutes delay. Total dark ho gaya. This is the future of our education, it seems. फिर आ गया. Good. So what I did is this question I gave, starting from the principle of momentum balance, derive the governing equations for the two cases and explain why the observed phenomena are different with reference to those equations. तो किससे क्या WhatsApp से copy करेगा? So and it's a practical thing. It just came out in my mind. Then in the last year, I teach a subject microfluidics, and many students were saying, sir, it is very difficult to remember many things you are teaching. I said, fine. So what I did is I set up 10 questions in the mid-sem where I gave the questions and reproduced the answers given by ChatGPT to those questions and allowed them to sit in front of the computer, access anything in the internet except any chat or emailing thing. The ChatGPT given answers were there, and my questions were almost like that English comprehension type, scientific comprehension out of these answers, which are correct, which are not, why not, this type of thing. So after that exam, students said, sir, please go back to the old style. So when they complain about us, I think they do not recognize that older the system actually better for them. So if you now see the futuristic education, it has to build on the Western thoughts through structured reasoning and Eastern thoughts on the development of our inner conscience. And this combination is, I think, going to be the DNA of learning. So beyond engineering, the morality and purpose, ethics, responsibility, inclusion, balance of values with innovation, and education for humanity and not just for utility. So our institutions should serve as innovation ecosystems which should be like studios with co-creation with industry and society. Faculty as mentors, this is my most important message, not instructors. Faculty as mentors, not instructors. These students do not require that kind of instruction, it is already there in open web material. And students as builders of solutions, not muggers of existing solutions. So the future engineer should have a scientist's mind, that is the foundation education, entrepreneur's drive, and a humanist soul. This combination would enable them to design not just machines, but also a better world. And when we say a better world, we are very significantly challenged by the wellness of students. Nowadays, it's a matter of great concern. So after taking over as the director of IIT Kharagpur, we built up a holistic app called as Setu. So it's like a bridge which bridges, it's a symbolically bridges between darkness and light, hopelessness and positivity, this kind of thing. So what we have done is we have made a scientifically designed app where individual components may have counseling, mental health support, but not necessarily all. Some are with respect to their sports, engagement activities. In fact, where do they find food and they can give online food order from the same app. And also, in case we find that they are in distress, bring a human in touch with them so that they can relieve. Because this is a challenge with the modern generation students, that the person in the next hostel room will know the other person only by some virtual name through chat and all, never have seen physically. So this is a different perspective where the entire approach is beyond the contents. It is the life skill for individual growth. And WHO has defined 10 such life skills. And I think these are going to be everlasting skills in the transforming world. Individual personality, cognitive skills, coping skills, interpersonal relationship and communication skills for coping with emotion, and also to nurture critical thinking, problem solving, creative thinking, decision making and interpersonal skills. All of you are very senior. Imagine whatever you are doing, be your field, be science, humanities or even management, these are some of the skills that are demanded for you to succeed. So for every such thing, we are thinking of say 2 workshops with 10 minutes course with about 15 toolkits with the help of a company which is run by one of my former students as a startup. So the whole idea is that now students do not want to listen to Gyan, that hour after hour you talk about a subject. Their attention span is very poor because of the quick browsing. So beyond 10 minutes, nothing stays in their mind. So these kinds of things are not like the classical coursework, but giving them a flavor of life skills in this way. So what we expect that with all these interventions, we feel the world, think deeply and build responsibility. That is what the students would ideally be empowered with. In the era of AI, the most human engineers will lead. And we should enable the students to build themselves and not their CVs. So what we see mostly is that the students are building their CVs and they are frustrated when they find that they are unable to build the CVs. Let them build their personalities or learning, etc. Then world is their playground. In the last IIT Council meeting, our Honorable Education Minister mentioned one very important thing. IIT Kharagpur has crossed 75 years. So now, why IIT students are getting so much bothered about what is the job that they are getting? They should all get into the paradigm of job creators rather than, job seekers. And if someone has to be a job creator, this holistic learning is very important. Then answering our traditional questions will not help. So some key takeaways for policymakers: implement flexible NEP-aligned frameworks and incentivize innovation. If that is not there, people will go for traditional things. Educators, redesign curriculum for empathy, adaptability and project-based learning. Students, cultivate purpose, curiosity and real-world problem solving. Industry partners, partner in skilling, mentoring and the innovation ecosystems. Thank you very much. Prescribing something for the students and we are not able to follow those for our own children at home. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
But I have one simple question that comes to my mind, and that is actually a very short one. The question is, what do you think about grades?
Grades.
Grades, yes.
See, this is a very important thing that you raised, and what I discussed with our faculty colleagues at IIT Kharagpur is that let us give significant amount of grades to this kind of project and activity based learning. This will actually ease out a lot of stress from the students, because what I find is that the students are hard pressed to answer the questions where there is a lot of stress in memorizing the contents which have been taught to them. And all the malpractice is 90% related to their inability to memorize, and then in the exam they have to answer. So I think that if we ease that out, not that the life will be, apparently easy for them, it will be elusively easy, they will think it is easy, but they have to do some hands-on and all, but then their all-round abilities will be recognized. So someone who may not be theoretically very good, but can fix up a machine. So in a group work, that person will find relevance and we can grade the person. So that I think, so more and more project-based, activity-based, group work-based learning, where we will have our assessment, rigorous. I am not saying that we will give them free grade. But that assessment is very different from that question number 1, answer the following with each 5 marks each. That type of thing is going to go away. If we do that, I think we can simplify their stress and relate the outcome of that learning with what actually they need. Yes. Sure. If someone can help.
Thank you, Professor Chakraborty. I think you have very motivating lecture. Just I have a small question. Let me throw in opposite way. I am not talking about university, I am not talking about institutes, I am not talking about research institutes, I am not talking about primary education, secondary education. Let me jump to corporate sectors, multinational company, corporate sectors. Every day we are seeing they are producing a lot of interesting things, very much good gadgets, eye-catching gadgets. In terms, they are successful in terms of customer acceptance. So please tell me, what are the forces, what are the qualities they are nurturing so that they are making so excellent things? Like automobiles ho sakta hai, IT sector, different type of multinational company. So please tell us, what are the clue to their success?
This answer is quite obvious because
Yeah.
any company's motto and an educational institution's motto is different. That we have to recognize. Educational institution, if say one particular IIT is mandated to make only the best possible motor car in the world, they can simply spend money and organize the system, manufacturing system and the people who know it, and then take it up from there. So that is what a business motivation drive will do. Whereas in a generic education system, we have to nurture those people. We do not know whether that person will go to such industry or will go to a bank and solve a fintech problem, and or go to the media and do a creative storytelling of a science article. So this student can literally go to anywhere, and to nurture that holistic quality is the objective of the education system. Objective of the education system is not to map with a particular industry. So, and that is why all those internship and all these things are there. So if that mapping is required, that is done by the internship of the industry. But our objective should be that we train our students in a way that they absorb the internship very effectively and very quickly get into that industry's requirement. So that should be the, so I would say that our objective is not that what they learn, but how to train them how to learn. That is what is very important.
Thank you, Professor Chakraborty. It was really very nice and interactive session with you. I mean, just to add to your points and what he asked, that the corporate sectors, and they're actually coming out very flashy products and newer products in the market. So we have, I'm an economist and I work in economic space, and we have theory of Lancaster, which talks about attributes. products are sold not for the products themselves, but for the attributes. And so actually, we should be, I mean, in my classes, actually, I motivate my students to look for attributes which are not available in the market. So the products, so newer companies or newer products which are coming out, actually, they are looking for those attributes in the market which are not available.
No, absolutely.
And
See the
that's-
difference in vision between an established industry and a startup.
Right.
So a startup can actually take all these innovations to a stage, and always the effective model is that once they go to a stage, they migrate it to a more experienced company to give that lab to market finish.
Right.
That is what, or experienced set of people, need not be always a company. So that ecosystem, it has been existing, and that is why we find that companies like Google came up and revolutionized,
Right.
the entire thing. So that is the very much, the whole idea of the education system, that it cannot overnight produce industry type people, but it will produce innovations which can beat currently what industry is doing.
So that inculcation of
That inculcation is, that creativity or,
curiosity
innovation.
amongst those which are not actually present in the market, but they could foresee.
Absolutely,
that
that
those
is the
kind of
whole aspect of
attributes.
this innovation. Research and innovation is that only.
Thank you.
First of all, my hearty pranams to you, sir.
Namaskar.
I studied in IIT Kharagpur 35 years back, from 90 to 91. I did my master's then. Each and every word which you were speaking, I could relate how the foundation of education has been built. I was classmate of Dr. Pallab Das Gupta and
okay.
Sudeshna Sarkar, 1
Good.
year senior to me. Her husband taught me, and those diagrams and everything, Professor Sarkar. Yeah, so the base of education, which of course IIT Kharagpur education, and before that I studied at IIT Kanpur, Professor Neeraj Mishra sitting there, he used to be my tutor. I was doing
Yeah.
MSc and he was doing PhD, and so passionately we used to, even after the classes, we used to sit and discuss and evolve, think over it. So the base of education is, and then what we were taught, the technology, the languages, programming languages, which never existed then. I could teach C, C++, Java later, because the foundation of how to program or how to think was built then. And that is why, that is what is needed now. What we are making our students to prepare today on technologies which do not even exist some 4 years down the line further. So the base as strong, the approach should be as futuristic and humane, touching the hearts, their curiosity. Dr. Nair also highlighted the point, how to ask good questions, how to be confident
No,
on the
absolutely.
education.
No, I completely
So,
agree with what you were saying. Absolutely.
Just to say my
No, no,
thanks, and
Thank you,
really,
thank you.
really, I'm lacking words now to express. Thank you so much for
Thank
being
you.
here with us. And I'm with Thapar since last 26 years.
So
I
you have
just
enough
came-
of data science on students.
Yes, we do. Thank you, sir.
Practice makes the man perfect. Is a smart process of learning or hard process of learning?
No, there is no shortcut of practice in any field. So only thing is that what you practice is whether that table of 1 or 10, or you practice something which will sharpen your skills. So that is what you have to practice, no doubt about it. Without practice, nothing.
Sir, in present scenario, we are having so many resource for exploration. One of them is the best choice is ChatGPT. Student, if we ask a student, he has to do his work, and then he is not going to practice by his own, but he is going to explore rigorously.
No,
and he
so
found
what
the
you have to
solution.
do, you have to see, this is the job of a teacher. What we are asking the student to do, we have to segregate the foundation knowledge part from the overall question. So the foundation knowledge part, we should assess them with simple pen and paper exam, which now all the top US universities have got back to. So simple pen and paper exam with foundation learning. Because today someone is doing with Python, in our time it was C, Fortran, etc. And when Python will go and maybe another snake will come, what the students will do? because they only know, this much. So that, design and analysis of algorithms, programming, data structure, basics. So for that we cannot make any compromise. So that has to be the traditional. But when you ask a overall question, that overall question where you have many components which can be produced, so be it. So we should have clearly two types of exams or two types of assessments. One type of assessment, deeply foundational, no compromise, the old style. And other type, give them ChatGPT free, free to use. And then let them come up with answer, and you give such question that ChatGPT gives wrong answer. That is your job. Otherwise, what as teacher you are doing?
Okay, sir.
Attendance. I think better not to link attendance with anything, but what you can do is, see, you can bring horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. So, by some force, if you bring an unwilling student to class, either that student will sleep or browse internet in the mobile. So that doesn't serve the purpose. So two things can be done is, it is a corrective measure. Why should I not go to such a teaching that if a student is not otherwise unwell, will feel dragged to come to the class? So that is my own improvement. But otherwise, but you see, all students are not like that. Even if you teach the best, they will not come. So then there are medicines. Medicine number 2. Whatever is your internal assessment of 10 marks or whatever, you take 20 surprise quizzes. What are those quizzes? For 30 minutes you teach, next 30 minutes you give questions from what you taught and they can consult the notebook and answer. So it is an implicit test of attendance and basic attention. Make such 20 and give 10 best so that they cannot complain, oh, that day I was having stomach ache and you are considering marks, etc. So they have all those cleverness, but you have to beat that. And the third thing is, instead of punishing those who are not attending, give rewards to those who are having more than 90% attendance in some way. So these three combinations, I have given you the medicine. IIT Kharagpur is a difficult place. I have 750 Einstein faculty, so not easy to convince them. But I have given you the medicine. At least I can follow the medicine. I cannot convince those 750 Einsteins.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such an inspiring...
I think we should stop, otherwise I will miss my flight.
For sharing such an inspiring vision with us. I now invite Professor Nair to kindly come forward and present a token of appreciation to sir. To extend our gratitude to our dignitaries, participants, and all those who have made this gathering possible, I now invite Dr. Amanpreet Kaur for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It has indeed been an enriching experience to listen to all the dignitaries on the stage. On behalf of the entire organizing team of the International Conference on Transforming Higher Education for Future, Education 4.0, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the dignitaries. A special thanks to our chief guest, Professor Suman Chakrabarty, Director IIT Kharagpur, for his insightful talk. Thanks to Dr. R.R. Vadera, Chancellor TIIT, Professor Padam Kumar Nair, Vice Chancellor TIIT, Mr. Sanjay Sen, Member TIIT Board, Professor Bhola Ram Gurjar, Director NITTR Chandigarh, Professor Ajay Batish, Pro Vice Chancellor TIIT Patiala, Dr. Gurbinder Singh, Registrar TIIT Patiala, and Dr. Sachin Gulati, Professor of Practice TSLAS. We would also like to thank our distinguished panel members, all the speakers, all the participants of the conference who graced this occasion with their presence. This vote of thanks is incomplete without the mention of the workforce behind this conference. Special thanks to the DD team, the Thapar Learn team, the CMS team, with a special mention to Mr. Sanjit. Where is he? I can't see him anyways. The CMS team, Mr. Sanchit, Ms. Radhika and her team, the student volunteers who worked day and night with their seamless coordination and unwavering support. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending this inaugural session. I now invite all of you for a high tea. We will gather again here for panel discussion after the high tea. Thank you so much.
We now open the floor to our first panel discussion, an ideal assistant professor. The role of a teacher today is no longer about delivering lectures alone. It's about inspiring curiosity, supporting growth, and leading by an example. Our panel brings us together voices of who've lived this by a balance and continue to shape it every day. I invite the moderator, Professor Dinesh Kumar Noril, the professor in Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Roorkee, Professor Prabhakar Singh, professor in the Department of Physics at IIT Varanasi, Professor Jabir Ali, professor and dean, faculty and research at IIM Jammu, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Dikshit, professor in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering Education in NITTR Bhopal, Dr. Surinder Singh, associate professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at IIT Madras, Professor Sanjay, professor and head in the Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering at IIT Roorkee, Professor Bharat Singh, professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Jodhpur, Professor Kotha Kiran Kumar, professor at IIM Indore, Professor Shiv Shankar B. Nair, professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Guwahati, and Professor Vijaya Gupta, chair professor in economics at IIM Mumbai. We would request you to join the discussion. Request the moderator to please start with the discussion.
Good afternoon to every one of you. And first of all of you are most welcome to this particular session. We all are very much obliged to the organizers for inviting us for being part of this particular panel. And I believe it's a very important subject, especially in the era of AI and the information explosion that is happening, which is making the teaching far more challenging than what it was earlier. And therefore, deliberating on this particular important issue was a must for a long time, and it was not being done. I'm happy that the organizers have given it a space. We have this an ideal assistant professor theme. This theme would be broken into two parts. The first part would be what should be the enablers to becoming a very vibrant, professionally competent assistant professor. That is one thing that most of the people do not really understand and do not really talk about. What generally happens as a fresh PhD, I would be thrown to the bathtub and asked to swim. And in the process, lots of batches of students become casualty. I learn it over a period of time, but then at the expense of students. It shouldn't really happen. We should be well equipped to become very professionally competent assistant professors right in the beginning. And for that, I do have a 4-tier suggestion, but that suggestion will come later on. Right now, we have been told that we do have around 45 minutes time here. So we'll cap up within that time frame. The organizers have given me certain dimensions on which we'll deliberate, but we can go beyond them and can even delete some of them. For instance, the first thing is the journal perspective. The second dimension is teaching and student engagement. Third is research and academic contribution. Fourth is professionalism and institutional role. Fifth is challenging and growth. And sixth is future outlook. These are the 6 dimensions we'll be talking about. But I would suggest that first of all we talk about the enabling eco-support system that an assistant professor would require to become professionally competent, a good researcher, an excellent teacher, a very good service provider, and ready for taking up the challenges of time, which are happening very fast now. So with this, may I invite the first speaker here, who would be first volunteer to speak out on this theme? Anyone? Okay, fine.
Okay, so very good afternoon to all of you. So I'll start from here, like becoming the enabler, talking about enabler and how to really a professor life or assistant professor life goes about it. So I'll start with there are a number of points which has been given, maybe that will also be captured in that. Everybody need to go with a plan, and I coined that term as academic mix. How do you really create an academic mix for yourself? When we talk about becoming early career, we focus much on teaching and research, and as we migrate, we take more additional responsibilities to make that institutions. So I'll go with that particular framework. Maybe some of the points I'll just try to highlight in terms of looking at 2 components, that is, making a good academic mix. First is teaching excellence, how to go about it. I just ask one question, whenever we go and enter into the classroom, what do we feel about it? How do we really feel? Do we feel some anxiety when enter into the class? And let me quote with an example. There's a very interesting sticker which is being pasted on the Indigo airline pilot door, which gives a very powerful message for us. And the message is like this, maybe you can also Google that, right? That blue sticker talks about flying is a serious profession. Do not carry your worries beyond this point. And I think that's very, very important message for us as well. When we enter into the classroom, we need to really only focus on the learning and dissemination of knowledge, co-creation of knowledge. And let me also tell you that comes where we talk about collaborating with the student. All minds are powerful. Let us generate knowledge by co-creating knowledge, having a lot of discussion into the classroom that we call participant-centered learning or student-centric learning, which is also being included as a first pillar into NEP as well. That is one component where I think we need to look at that. Then after that, there are a number of other things. Research becomes very important in our life. Rather, I always say that research is something which is going to make us eternal. Whether the world is there or not, our research going to be there, and that's why we need to focus on quality of research. I think if we can, as assistant professor, if we can focus on these 2 pillars first, we are going to make a big base for ourselves, and we can grow very fast. I'll stop here because there are many panelists. We are given only 45 minutes, and for professor, 45 minutes is only for one.
I have a long years of experience. So from my experience, I should say that a teacher, first quality, that he is unbiased, I believe. Many times we go through the class, students are there, some students are asking questions, some students do not ask questions, some students misbehave, sometimes some students good behave. But based on that, we make some kind of senses about, some kind of thinking we make, and then this is a good student and that's a bad student, that we just try to imagine. So, and then when they write papers, exams and all these things, we have a kind of idea about the student, and we look, I have seen many of the teachers, they look at the name of the student. The moment look at the name of the student, the answer skips, and then they make an imagination. Okay, this is student, this is good student or bad student and all these things. Accordingly, he start marking. So he is actually not evaluating the papers, he's biased. And this basically annoys student. And that basically when it goes, particularly when he gives the papers back, and they also see that the quality of cancers and all this thing, and they see that there is biasness. And this biasness, basically a kind of students basically never like that teacher. Obviously, some will be obviously favoring the teacher, but mostly in general, he will never be a. And one more thing, assessment should be impartial. And one more thing is that teacher should always inculcate. Obviously, our first, as he pointed out, first thing is that you have to deliver the knowledge. But along with the knowledge, creative thinking is important. One more thing is that what I stress on, particularly the individual ethics that we are basically missing many times in our teaching. So we are just making a machine, and they are very good creator, very good knowledge they have, but thing is that they do not have heart, they do not have ethics, they do not have, they want to make any way, they want to make a kind of progress in their life, just avoiding the ethics in one side. And that will be a big disaster when you will be a professional in any field, because he knows that his success comes from this way, right? By doing this way, that way, and all this thing, he will get a success. Because he, for getting that, he will be doing everything else, just avoiding the main ethics. So that will basically not obviously a good practice for the entire year. So these 2 points I just wanted to focus. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I? Yes. So thank you very much. I've just taken the lead on my own. And thank you to the organizers to inviting and particularly maintaining the diversity in the panel. So, right. So thank you for the same. Right, we have all started our journey with the chalk and board, and you know, we have learned. I've spent 13 years at MNIT Jaipur and then came to NITI Mumbai earlier, and now I am for 25 years. I learned how to use OHPs, and then you know, came to the PPTs, and now ChatGPT as well in my you know, teaching. So we have got from the beginning itself, we have been having responsibilities on our shoulders as you begin your career, and we know that the demographic dividend which we boast around, and unless we make our future force to see, or to rather foresee the uncertainties of the market, we cannot make our demographic dividend. So this is very important, that we have to, you know, make our future workforce to understand how markets are going to unfold, what kind of technologies are going to unfold, whether they are ready for it or not. So what is more important for a teacher? That is, one thing is that what you asked in between, that what are the you know, major attributes of a teacher. So I feel that one is adaptability. Beside the capabilities, one is adaptability, another is you know, the word is not coming, empathy towards their students. So these two, you know, the attributes of a teacher is very important towards this journey. So we need to include our workforce, and diversity is to be maintained. We need to be understanding our students very well, and we have to be empathetic. And what becomes important here is that, if I may say that, over a period of time, we have had plenty of discussions on you know, Education 4.0. And what I suggest here is that we have been talking about, we started our career with passive learners as students, right? Passive learners as students, but we should not be considering these students as passive learners. Rather, they are becoming the, you know, active learners. And not only this, but we are also becoming active learners along with them. So co-learning is happening in the classes at the same time. What I would rather suggest, one more aspect, is that it is not the curriculum which we design actually. It should also be the, you know, somewhere if we assign this responsibility to take students' feedback on our curriculum, and they also become the co-creator of the curriculum, because they will be able to better foresee the future rather than us. So this is my suggestion for the group.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me in this gala occasion. So, in fact, about the assistant professor, I will take from the sir for starting from the PhD students. So in fact, we used to train them starting from the PhD, being associated with them, to them with the TA-ship, the teaching assistantship like that. And I fully agree that put them in a bath and let them swim. But I would go one step ahead. I will put them in a pond and leave them, but I will be there at the bottom to save them if they make any mistake. So this is my responsibility as a teacher, I feel. So if I go to the assistant professor who are newly joined to the institute, I think the best I can say is a teacher, not only assistant teacher, but any teacher or researcher is a good teacher or researcher if he has a ability to learn. So not only, even in fact 4.0 transformation, it gives inclusiveness and the adaptability. So this comes when you learn from your students even. You don't feel that you know everything. So I think I always used to say that I am a student of physics. Every time, not a teacher of physics. Of course, I got professorship and everything, which is coming one by one. So a student, you should, assistant professor should, if he is always studious, keen to learn from the students, I think he can always grow and adopt the new things and new things. Of course, now the students are coming with a lot of knowledge, and knowledge is now a kind of ocean. It is flowing everywhere. You have to just pick the right thing, actually. So this you have to adopt from them. And I also feel the new assistant professor, starting from very beginning, I feel that assistant professor or a teacher is a leader of a society. He is not a follower of the society. So of course, in one of the lectures in the morning, one has to put as a role model. So you have to put as example that you are not even in the classroom, but also after the classroom. So your behavior is judged by the students everywhere. So you have to be a kind of role model. Of course, there is a lot of responsibility when you become a teacher. And the last thing I would like to add, that one of the slides Professor Nair showed that the graphites and of course the diamond, they are of the same class of structure, but the coal becomes graphite, the graphite or coal becomes a diamond after having a lot of pressure after having throughout many years, actually. So of course, students who are coming from class 1 to, of course, after graduation, they have pressure of teaching, and they can become from coal to diamond after bearing all these things. So this is my messages to the new assistant professor. Of course, I also feel young, so the young assistant professor. Thank you, sir.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I think any assistant professor or any teaching job requires 6 different roles. One is direct teaching. One is other than, but related to teaching, but like assessment, curriculum design, etc. Third one is research. Fourth is extension activities like continuing education programs, consultancy and testing. Fifth is continuous professional development of self. And sixth is managerial. I'll talk about only 2 of them. One of them is continuous professional development, because I come from a teacher training institute. So obviously I am the right person to talk about continuous professional. Assistant professor has to learn a lot, because he has a lot of content, but he doesn't know how to deliver that content, what technologies to use. So any new assistant professor has to learn. Induction training programs are there, but there are other programs also there. So lots of teacher training programs sort of thing he has to undergo. Otherwise, he'll be a very good expert knowledge, but he will not be able to transmit that expert knowledge. Second thing is, as everybody is saying, half-life is very less, everything is getting updated before you pass out. So probably by the time he has joined, half of his knowledge is anyway obsolete. So he needs to do a lot of content updating and to keep current with that thing. Third thing is, nowadays we are living through a very stressful life. Managing time is one of the most difficult things. So third thing, he has to get into those sort of managerial skills like time management, all other things. And fourth I would call is metacognition, where he has to know himself also. Maybe spiritual development, maybe stress management, maybe all those things. So these are the 4 dimensions of continuous professional development, which I would like every new assistant professor or almost all professors should also go for. And the second part I said, I will not talk about direct teaching, but other things like teaching. Like when we are talking about outcomes, how does he transform those program outcomes to course outcomes? Whether what is being teaching to your students is related to future career. How does he know that? How does he translate that? Second thing is about assessment. Every program outcome talks about complex engineering problem, but how many assistant professors know how to design a complex engineering problem and how to assess also? So these are some of the things he has to see, that we are having outcome-based education. Without outcomes, there's no point of input, no point of attendance, no point of how many hours he has studied, unless he can do something. And for that, he needs to have basic how to assess those outcomes. And many of those outcomes are very difficult, like lifelong learning, ethics, teamwork, communication. They are not easy to assess outcome. So he needs to develop those. And that is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Yeah, so good afternoon. I'm Bharat Singh from IIT Jodhpur. I will be mentioning the 4 attributes for a assistant professor should be there. Some of the points my colleague have already mentioned. I will also be very brief in that. So on a lighter note, what we are starting that when we are hiring a assistant professor, what we are doing? We are hiring a assistant professor to do an excellent teaching on the basis of their research credential and putting them on more on institute services. So that is one of the things that we are able to see. So if we are on a very subtle understanding, if we are saying that it is based on excellent teaching that we are hiring the faculty members, then my next point would be that who will be able to do the excellent teaching. Let example in engineering. So if someone has not practiced the engineering, they will be able to teach well in the engineering? So that is the first attribute that I would like to highlight here, that someone is practicing the particular field should be doing the teaching, so it will be able to translate into the actual learning of the student. The second attribute that I would like to highlight is about the excellent communication skill. Is the communication skill is about the language only? No, it is like a communication of a concepts, fundamental concepts with absolute clarity. And once the fundamental concepts are conveyed, then based on the design, based on the practical experiences, these are getting into a experience. And once the practice is there, it will lead with a knowledge, a wisdom. And once the wisdom is there, the student will able to have a capability. And once the capability is there, they will be able to have a confidence. And once the confidence is there it will be a leadership and the learning will be there. So second attribute that should be there, and communication, excellent communication skill of conveying the ideas. The third attribute that I would like to highlight is about envisaging the future of how the industry is going. So what is the meaning? Meaning that after 10 years, what technologies are going to be there, not only in my field, but also in the field where others are progressing, and how they will be going to culminate at a particular device, particular process, particular products, and like that. Just an example, 1920s we were having EV, and once again after years, 100 years, we are having EV. We are able to see a excellent automation in software and hardware. So whether our assistant professors are able to envisage such type of future, so that is very much required with the understanding of other area. And finally, the fourth attribute that I would like to highlight is based on, if you know that Ramchitra Manas Goswami Tulsidas ji has mentioned, Guru Grah Gaye Raghurai Alp Kal Vidya Sab Pai. What is the meaning of this word Alp Kal? Alp Kal means with a short duration of time, Raghurai has received all education, including 64 Kalaएं, 32 Vidyaएं, everything. So is this allowed that our assistant professor should be able to do the mentoring for a differential learning for the same class? If someone is very intelligent, whether we will be able to provide a enhanced learning so that they will be able to progress well in the time. I don't know whether our system allows faster graduation with the NEP or not, but this is the fourth attribute that I would like to highlight. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So I'll be putting my point in basically 2 bullet points. One thing is what I feel for the assistant professor or for any job. If somebody is respecting the job, I think they'll be putting their whole 100% effort and doing everything. So how to respect the job? I think it is the responsibility of the institution to provide an ecosystem where the, the assistant professors will respect the job. So I put down 4 points here. First thing, maybe if you can have some recognition mechanism, like we'll be awarding the best teacher award, we can have, the protocols on how will you evaluate the best professor or the best researcher award at the very early career. So that boosts their confidence in delivering more than their level also. The second one is reducing the paperwork. I've been to different colleges and I've seen that some faculties are all involved in paperwork, bureaucracy work. So, that loses the respect. The third one is providing the basic infrastructure. I also know in some of the IITs, like people are, their instruments is lying outside for around 6 months, 7 months, 1 year, 2 years, and that loses the respect in that job. And the last one is providing family support system. Maybe if you can have something for the spouse, maybe for the kids, let's say play school, and then the professors will be happy that, okay, my wife or my husband is here, and the ecosystem is so great that we should do something for the ecosystem. And from the assistant professor's point of view, I think right now we are discussing about the enabler. I think in any job, if you, and especially for the teaching, if you are a good storyteller, I think you will be able to generate that curiosity into the listeners. And how to generate the curiosity? Again, it can be debated or it can be, protocoled. So what I do in the classes, I'll go with my preparation. I'll make sure that after 10 minutes, I'll be cracking a joke here, right? And so yeah, in the end, it's all about storytelling. If a teacher is a good storyteller, I think it enables the things to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Professor.
Before I start, I would like to know how many of you are assistant professors. Please raise your hands quickly. Okay. Thank you. So I just want to tell you one thing, because I teach AI and robotics. The first thing I talk to my students about robotics is that the robot and its environment are an integral part. They're not separate. So when you consider, of course, it is from the biological side it has come. We are also part of the environment. I am part of your environment. You're part of my environment. So just like that, the assistant professor is part of the environment. The environment is the educational institute, which deals with, of course, the people who manage the institute, who also determine the promotions of that particular candidate, what happens and when. So the basic thing which I think we should not just look at it from the assistant professor's point of view, which of course many of the professors here have already mentioned, those stand no doubt. But in addition to that, you must also remember that the assistant professor has his or her own personal ambitions. And many a time, the criteria for promotion is so many research papers, 5 research papers of this kind, 2 projects of this kind, whatnot. So this kind of thing, deviates from the main purpose, which is teaching the student. So sometimes it happens that an assistant professor is good at teaching, he's not very good at research, or vice versa. So we need to, balance the thing. The person who is going to look at his promotions, his or her promotions, also looks at it, so that he or she is free to do whatever he wants. When you're teaching, you should be tension-free. I hope the assistant professors here will agree to this. So this is one important factor that we also should consider, apart from the fact that, okay, he or she has to be ideal. Definitely he or she has to strive to be ideal. Coming back to the assistant professor, like most of, the point to be noted, which I have noted in general, is that just a degree doesn't make you a good teacher. Nor does a PhD make you a good teacher. Nor does research make you a good teacher. Some of the things are innate in you. Some of the things are learned by looking at others who teach very well and who deliver very well. So assistant professors who are starting their career in teaching and research, they should look at other people who teach very well. For that, you have to go around maybe to conferences, maybe you have to go into YouTube videos. Some of them are just about BTechs who actually explain the concepts so very clearly. In fact, sometimes I envy them because I'm not able to tell in that kind of spirit and that kind of nature. So your PhD doesn't really have much of bearings on teaching, but I won't demean your PhD in the process. Research is essential because research augments your teaching. You know other things which others, a normal BTech or MTech will not know. There are many things that you actually find out in research. Oh, if you do this way, this thing will happen. If you do it some other way, something else. That that knowledge has to be inculcated in your students. So you have to ask them what will happen if you do like this. Don't tell them the real answer, let them think. Maybe 2 days later, let them come back and discuss it with you so that their enthusiasm for research also is inculcated. Okay? I don't think I have much time, so I'll end it up here. But the most important thing I feel for an assistant professor is that the environment for him or her has to be congenial for both teaching and research. Thank you.
Hi. It's a big challenge from being a doctoral candidate to moving to an assistant professor. So in this particular transition, I mean, many of our esteemed guests and speakers have mentioned several directions. So in addition to that, let me put it out some of the best practices that one need to follow or one can think of so that the navigation from the doctoral candidate to the assistant professor would be a little more easier. Okay? So the first and foremost point that I think of is first try to understand what are your contractual obligations from the institute. Whether the institute expects you to be a great teacher, a great researcher, or else a both. So first try to expect that or try to understand that and then try to achieve in that particular direction. Okay. So the next is everybody will have a limited amount of time. Okay. So you need to start early and push hard for you so that you can focus your energy and time in the proper directions. Okay. So what I generally do, or maybe at IIM Indore, what we generally allow the faculty or assistant professors in a direction is to load all the teaching in one particular semester, in one particular trimester or 2 particular trimesters, so that the remaining trimesters or remaining semester is completely free for your research. Okay. Or else, that's one way of looking at the workload and mapping that. Or else, the other way is put it up all your teaching only in 2 days or 3 days in a week. The remaining days are only for your research. That can also be done. That can be from the case to case, whether you want to look at the weekly dimension or else maybe from the trimester to trimester or semester to semester. Okay. So for example, what I do now is entire my teaching is only from the July to or June to December terms only. And from the January to June, no teaching. Only research will be there for me. So such kind of arrangements also can be made. And then the next is, let's suppose when you move on to the teaching. So for teaching, we have when you are there as a doctoral candidate, so we used to sit in all the potential subjects that we would like to teach. So we'll sit in that particular faculty session and then try to understand how to deliver and all those things. Once you become an assistant professor, so what you should also do is, you should move forward and then request your supportive or maybe the senior colleagues to come and then sit in your class so that they can make some sort of observations how you are delivering, or whether you are able to tell the storytelling is coming in a proper manner or not, that you can put it up. Okay. And of course, you need to update and other things as whenever you are trying to teach, you need to update your up to date in terms of the current technologies and other things that need to be done. Coming towards the research, yes, the first and foremost that is you need to think about collaborations. See, when you are there as a researcher or when you are there as a research scholar, the entire PhD work need to be done by you only. Okay? The faculty or the guide is just like a mentor. Okay? He won't put the hands in that particular thesis, isn't it? But when you are there as an assistant professor, you need to actively seek for the collaborations, collaborative research. So whenever you are trying to collaborate, you need to put forth, yes, these are my strong points for the collaboration. Whichever the strong points are there, you need to spell it out and then seek the active collaboration from anyone, whoever it is the case. Okay? And for the research again, you need to be very active in terms of the conferences. Whenever the time permits, go and then seek or go and then present, or at least be as an audience, see what's going on, and then accordingly you can update yourself. And the final and last point for the administration is, admin tasks or the service to the institution. So you need to choose the service tasks or admin tasks very wisely. Okay, you need to choose them very wisely. Though you may say that there is no choice, but you need to remember that if you do excellent administration task, there is no reward. Because when it comes to the contract renewal or maybe let it be the promotion and other things, they'll say that whether you have done the great teaching or great research. Okay? But not about the administration tasks. Okay? But you need to choose it in a very nice way that you need to put it up. Yes. Thank you.
My very sincere thanks to all our learned panelists to express their views on. Apart from communication skills, pedigree, the content, the presentation and all, the teachers have to do something more than what we have already talked about. We have to deal with the stresses, anxieties, the frustrations, underconfidence of the students as well. You know, it's not that we are just teaching them coming out of the class and it's done. We have to deal with many more problems. As a hostel warden, you might also be dealing with many more problems. And therefore, we also need to be equipped for that. I personally suggest that we all need to be exposed to the emotional intelligence concept. That concept talks about the self-management and, the management of others as well. So if we are emotionally intelligent people, we would be able to become very good teacher. Another myth that I want to explore, that all researchers are good teachers. Indeed, it's not. And all teachers are good researchers. Again, it's also true. All teachers are not good researchers, and all researchers are not good teachers. I have gone to lots of selection committees in lots of Indian universities, and wherever we have recruited the excellent researchers, the employers later on complained about, the teaching problems with them, and so on and so forth. So these are the kinds of things that are happening. Before summarizing what the speakers have said here, I came up with some ideas which I want to share with you. I suggest that for teachers, for assistant professors in particular, we should have a four-tier program before they are actually inducted into the teaching. And this ranges from 0 to 5 years. I'll just talk about them briefly so that I don't end up by taking too much of your time. For instance, in the first 6 months, I suggest that we need to go for orientation program, which would include induction workshops, mentor assignment. That is very important. Generally, we don't have any mentor around, and therefore we have to deal with problems on our own, and we learn with time. And teaching shadowing, if it is also done, that would really be great. In year 2, adjustment problems could be there. So co-teaching means pairing a teacher, junior assistant professor with a senior professor. So he or she would learn the art of teaching better. Publish dissertation-based work and first grant attempts. That's what the assistant professor should be encouraged to do in the first year. In the second year, which is the year of development, the teacher may be given independent teaching and may be expected to have at least 1 to 2 publications and should be encouraged to go for committee participation in the institute or university. In the year 3, which would be the year of consolidation, the assistant professor should secure or should be encouraged to secure external grants, going for teaching innovations, and should be proving himself or herself as a leader in service. And the last year, the year 3, it should be the year of excellence, where he or she starts mentoring juniors, lead projects, prepare tenure dossier, and so on and so forth. But this requires the institutional support, and that support is in this form: reduced teaching load in the first year, small seed funding for research, access to workshops on pedagogy, research methods, grant writing, and then the formal recognition for mentors, giving them credits or incentives. These are the kinds of things that we expect an institution to go for. And I believe that by the end of such a program, the fresh PhD should emerge as a confident teacher, an active researcher with publications and funding, a responsible colleague, and a potential leader in academia. So that's what I would suggest. But lots of points, very valuable points, have been highlighted here by learned speakers. They have talked about how to deal with the anxiety and stress, and that actually is prevalent among the people who teach or who go to the classes for the first time. We had also been facing that kind of anxiety and fear when we went to our first class. You know, it's that. So how to deal with it, something that the assistant professor should be made aware of and should be mentored for. Then the second emphasis was on unbiased and inclusiveness, the constant learning by teacher, metacognizance that we have also talked about here, practical examples be generated in the class for explaining the subject. These are major points. We have also talked about many other points which I believe you might have received very well. But teaching is just not about teaching, going to the class and coming out, or doing research and publishing papers. We have to deal with many more problems within the institutions and outside the institution when we are dealing with the funding agencies, for example. When you go to the Indian Council of Social Science Research, or say for UGC or any other body, we have to deal with lots of people. We need to learn those skills so that we could convince the people about the merit of our projects and so on and so forth. So we have to be very multidimensional right from the day one. Otherwise, we would not be able to have that kind of satisfaction, job satisfaction, which we expected to have. So have dimensions, personality dimensions, and we expect institutions to mentor the assistant professors so that they gear up themselves in order to earn all kinds of professional competencies that are required for teaching, research, and rendering service to the society and to the institution. With this, I think I would call it a day. I think we can cap it up. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was indeed a thoughtful discussion. Thank you to you, all our panelists. We are now moving to another conversation that is also very exciting. So before I invite the second round of panelists, a huge applause for this. Yes. Thank you so much, sir. It was wonderful. Now we are going to conduct our second group of panel discussion. The title of the panel discussion is The Role of AI in Out of the Classroom Summative Assessment. As we all know, artificial intelligence is no longer futuristic. It is already in our classrooms, in our assessments, and even shaping how students think. But AI also raises questions of ethics, question of creativity, and how human potential will evolve with it. I am now inviting our panelists for this discussion. Please join us on the stage. Professor Vimal Chandra Srivastav. He is the Institute Chair Professor and Dean International Research, IIT Roorkee. He will be the moderator for this discussion. Professor Vimal Bhatia, Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Indore. Professor Pushp Rajmani Pathak, Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, IIT Roorkee. Professor Neeraj Mishra, Department of Mathematics and Statistics, IIT Kanpur. Professor Preeti Gupta, Scientist F, DLRI, DRDO. Professor Amar Jeeva Lochin, Professor, University of Delhi. Professor Taramani C. Nagaha, Department of Chemistry, IIT Roper. And Dr. Sachin Gulati, Professor of Practice, TSLAS, Head of India Campus Recruitment, American Express. No?
For assessment, because this is very specific topic, and there has been, with respect to, there has been an increase with respect to continuing education. The way that we have been teaching and the way we have been evaluating our students is continuously changing. During COVID time, actually, we learned a lot of things with respect to assessment. Professor Suman Chakravarti in the morning was actually telling regarding the same, and some of the learnings were very beneficial. Some of the tools have already evolved in the system. Many of the IITs use these tools for various purposes, maybe for Turnitin, for plagiarism. There are other tools for checking. Okay, we can make the questions in such a manner that the questions actually get evaluated very quickly. So those things we know. The objective type questions, or for the theoretical questions also, we require tools. Now, so that means when the continuing education is increasing, when executive education is increasing beyond the classroom, that means we require tools that have to be there that can actually assess the student or the participants with respect to the critical learning that they do during the classroom or during the assignments that are being given. And now, so that means there are few things, there are 4 ways in which we can actually go for this discussion. One is like traditional assessment with respect to AI-based assessment. So this is the one context. Second context is that if we are using AI-based assessment, then what are the challenges and what are the good points out of that? So this is the second point. When again we are using AI-based assessment, what about ethics? This is very important. And other challenges that are there. So we have to discuss on this aspect. And fourth, are we actually good enough to learn? Are we doing the learning with respect to AI? Are all our professors, because we have to continuously go on learning. During the morning session, there was a lot of discussion that how to go for transforming the education. So one thing that we have to teach to the student is how to learn. We should not make them learn. We should tell them how to learn anything. So these are the many challenges. So all our institutes now doing the things with respect to these things, AI-based assessment. So this is the idea. Now we'll begin, because we have very heterogeneous team here, and this is good for us that AI-based assessment, what are their viewpoints, and the 4 contexts I mentioned, I request each of one of them to mention these things, what is their view with respect to traditional and AI-based assessment. Second thing is that what are the bottlenecks or the challenges with the AI, what about ethics, and fourth point, are the institutes and faculty actually trained enough, are we doing something for making them learn that how to use the tools. So these are the, and now request by panelists to start one by one. So anyone.
Okay, maybe I'll go first, and before I express my view, I do want to call out that I'm not here representing American Express. I'm here as TSLS family member. I mean, this place loves me so much that they always give me dual titles. So I don't want any AI bot to read that I represented American Express and my job comes at risk. The AI bot will read out that how I was speaking. And I still have 2 kids to settle, so I can't take that risk. So I rather speak as a professor of practice. I think the session, if we go at the full title of the session, it is also out of classroom summative assessment. So I'll give my view on both the aspects. So I believe for classroom assessment, AI is already there and it is increasing its fair share, where, even L&D experts are, pushing courses to you basis your grades going up and down, like which module should you focus on and which not. And that's good, because if we look at some of the messages from the earlier session, AI is acting as a augmenter or enabler to the professors or people who are joining the academics newly, and they can be more high-touch focused then. On out of the classroom, maybe I have a slightly contrarian view. before even I comment, I will give some pros and cons, that what are the pros and cons, but I may be on the fence. I want to ask first a question that do we need AI yet in out of classroom? Because there's so much of investment and government focus being put on coming up with, apprentice programs, industry programs to give out of classroom exposure. And if even in that we increase the share of AI too much, I think it will eliminate the touch point or the human value add of the assessment process. The second thing which it could put at risk is there's a research which shows that around 70% students get motivated if they know that their out of classroom assessment is being assessed by a human. If there is a professor who's ready to listen what they did in field and what they did out of the classroom, 70%. Now, if AI increases its share there also, we run the risk of demotivating this segment. That's where I'm coming from. So I shouldn't have spoken first because I'm contradicting the topic fully, but hopefully it's not too adverse for the panel. But that's where I am, that there is risk of positivity of speed, agility and execution, scale of data. You can even scrape somebody's LinkedIn and Instagram account to figure out what the person does out of classroom. But do we actually want to do that? Do we want to increase that share? That's where I am.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Gulati. Actually, we need to have a fair viewpoints, whether negative or positive.
Okay. I'm basically a chemist, so I'll just give few examples in that direction as well. As sir already mentioned, in recent years, education has witnessed a profound transformation, and especially after the COVID pandemic, it accelerated shift from the traditional classroom learning to online mode, hybrid mode, and also the self-paced learning assessment. So now the question is that how are we going to evaluate the student learning more effectively and fairly? Right, when you think about the summative assessment, as we know that this is one of the traditional way how it has been used to evaluate the performance of a student in a classroom. So based on once the course has been completed or the learning module has been completed, and it is based on especially with respect to the time and as well with respect to the quizzes and also the final exams, and there are various standard protocols of examination and so on. And now this has been especially, and this assessments were traditionally has been done within the classroom with the strict supervision, right? So therefore to give the academic integrity and also the fair grading for the students and so on. So now the question comes that if you want to scalability and also that to get the feedback and also to improve our learning and other things, and considering the present advanced digital learning platform especially, and remote education and hybrid teaching models, summative assessment is no longer restricted to the classrooms. Because students now participate in many of the courses, even in many IITs also, many courses have been taken by the other IITs through the online mode, and virtual the campuses visits, and as well as the distributed education or steps. So now the question comes, it has both opportunities as well as the challenges. Here it comes the key role of the AI, because how are we going to address this in evaluating the student performance, especially when it looks at the fairness and also the grading, and also that again the challenges in this case, as sir said, that the biasness is there, because AI is depending on the limited the training tools. So therefore, we may get biasness with respect to that, especially if you want to go with the online mode, if we go for the chemistry aspect or the basic science of the practicals and so on. So in order to cross-verify the accuracy of the system, so we need the hand-on verification. So here it comes, the AI is not able to address. There are some challenges also, there are some advantages in terms of scalability.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. Let me start with not a very serious note. I was just wondering into why such a topic has been chosen. Then I realized that it's a human nature to be judgmental about people, right? So among all the topics which we chose, the topic says about the assessment. AI can do a lot of good things, but the topic which you chose is about the assessment alone. But having said so, I have to restrict to myself to the topic given. Certainly, I feel that in contrast to what the first speaker said, I feel that, especially in a country like India, despite a lot of challenges, AI can do a lot for a quality education within the country. Especially when we lack good teachers across the country, we lack good institutions. So in that sense, I feel that AI can play a very vital role. When we look at assessing students, or basically I divide it into 3 parts. The first part is how to make these good quality items, right? And that is the area where I feel that AI can do magics, right? So if you look at Bloom's taxonomy, it divides 6 verticals, and that is where the AI can play a role. That, look, I give a balanced question paper where all these 6 verticals, which are about remembering, understanding, analyzing, and other 3 factors, finally the creating, all those are taken care of. So a balanced question paper could be prepared, I think, more efficiently by an AI system than humans, because humans have their own bias. Of course, AI also has its own biases, but at least humans can broadly help AI to classify these 6 verticals, and then AI will be in a position to develop a balanced question paper. So that's one thing about. The second thing is about when we talk about assessment. I feel assessment is mainly for the students who cannot do well in the course. A person who is among the top, he doesn't want to be assessed relative to the remaining 90% of the students, because he knows anyway he's in the top 10% of the classes. That's the one area where I feel AI can play a very important role, the personalized assessment. So you, apart from the usual assessment, which is a relative assessment across the class, the personalized assessment would be, it assesses yourself relative to yourself only. So you start with a certain level, it grades you that what has been the improvement in your learning over a period of time, and that field one can get through the assessment, which is the personalized assessment. Third thing which it can help in framing items, good items, is a balanced question paper, right? Some very difficult questions, so that it can discriminate the good students from the average students to the bad students. Normally when humans are there, for example, if I'm teaching a course, even I'm maybe expert, I might have a bias towards certain topics. And there's a possibility that that bias may get reflected in when I am setting a question paper. So that is one area where AI can be very helpful. The second, so this was about framing items. The second thing is about while students are taking exams or outside the classrooms. Certainly AI can do magics over there, right? You have all the AI tools, the face recognitions and all those, where AI can play an important role to conduct a fair examination. Of course, you would require a lot of regulations, a lot of educational regulations to deal with the cases of cheating and impersonation and things like that. But once you have your fixed regulations, and the surety of punishment is guaranteed. If you're caught, the surety of punishment is there. The modern AI tools can be very useful in those aspects. The third part is the scalability, right? Now, today morning I heard the Pro Vice Chancellor talking about, I want every citizen or every first-year student of Thapar to be AI literate. No, I don't know what's the batch size of a Thapar first-year batch size, roughly. Maybe let us say 1,500 students. Yeah? Oh, 3,000, right? Yeah, so that's a double the size of IIT Kanpur. Right, so now imagine 3,000 students, and if you have to offer just one AI course, it's going to be a nightmare. You would need at least 20 to 25 instructors to manage that course. And assessing them is going to be a daunting task, because if 25 people are grading or assessing a set of students, there is going to be a lot of variability. And that's the one area where the AI can play a role, right? So a time would come, actually, whether we like or don't like, the socio-economic factors really guide us in what kind of a courses I take. Whether I like AI or not, I know if given a choice, everybody would like to do a course on machine learning and AI. Every student would like to do a computer science, barring 5% of the students, right? So that's a fact, and we have to live with it. We have to handle that, and I feel that AI is one tool which can be very useful in going for a scalability. Having said that, I'll just conclude my thing with the challenges. You see, the challenges is something which concerns me. Even if you look at the traditional way of teaching, there's a lot of inequity within the country. A person living in the remote village is at a highly disadvantageous position, even with the traditional mode of teaching. And kids like ours, who have the best facilities, live in the good cities, they have access to the best educational material to them, they are highly privileged students. Now, with AI coming into the picture, a big challenge for a country like India is going to be to somehow control this inequity. How you are going to handle that, I don't know. I don't know whether at the government sector that is being seriously thought about. So that is something which we have to think about. And possibly, I don't know, this is a very weird idea. Maybe you have to start a reservation from the rural versus non-rural, the more privileged versus the less privileged ones. Yes, so I'll end with that.
Thank you. I think I'll break the thing now. Request Mr. Lochan to give his 3 points because he may have a different thing. So we had more technocrats now. Let us listen.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Srivastav. First of all, I am very grateful to put me in a galaxy of all sciences, pure and impure both together. You are from all good disciplines. I am from School of Humanities and Social Sciences at University of Delhi. I was wondering that there are pros and cons, as we have already seen from the 2 speakers before us, that there are certain positivities plus negative sides also. Apart from the different gaps between the two haves and have-nots, like rural and urban setups of the students, I think that in coming years, we are supposed to speak related to 5 to 10 years future of AI and assessment of the students and learning method. I am sure that in social sciences and humanities, they are going to be very important tool with all respect to the subject-wise knowing people. But in the field of anthropology, social sciences, especially sociology, and population studies, you need a lot of data which can come through AI, which are facts and figures. It will help them to assess their knowledge and depth of the understanding of the issues of society. So there it comes very importantly significant for learning and assessing. Secondly, in the field of archaeology, the AI data is very important when you go for comparative studies of the different sites of Nile Valley or Indus Valley or other valleys like that. You will always get certain data with the help of analytical mode of learning about them. At the same time, there are big challenges, rather big crises in the field of history and political science, because all AI materials which comes out of the feeding what we have in the internet, what in the web. So at the moment, it determines the case of someone studying of any culture civilization in a very precarious manner. Suppose you want to learn about India as a nationalism, you might get 200 sites which will be talking very negatively about that. So AI will pick up that. Like when you put my name, I was trying to look into AI, he talks very rubbish. Not because of my ill knowledge, but because the way they are fed in the materials like that. So this becomes big challenge because ideas and biasness are 2 key factors in understanding history and political science. If you are going to evaluate the understanding of political party system, you have got 2 different gateways for getting information about that. From the Western media, you have thousands and thousands of information which will club into the AI finding on the subject, which may be detrimental, maybe it leads to your own punishment in your own country. It happens not only about Indian cases, it can happen in any developing countries. So there are big challenges how to filter out those, because when you are studying and evaluating the students or even the teachers, this assessment becomes very precarious and dangerous. So there are both sides, and I'm sure AI will be filtering more than ChatGPT 5 version. We'll have more deep seeks coming up, and it will be helping in a bigger way. But finally, the onus comes to us as a teacher. What material we are learning and putting into the system. Thank you so much for this kind of opportunity.
Good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to thank the organization for giving me this opportunity. This is first time like I am coming to the academia and giving my lecture here. So coming to AI, I feel like we should use AI in hybrid mode. Like we should use it as a tool, but we cannot depend entirely on AI for assessment. We have to use AI for monitoring, and also the teacher has to be there for reviewing it. Now coming to the good points of AI is like the advantage we have is the automated scoring we get. Like within instant of time we'll get the results based on the rubrics which has been decided for scoring and all. So what teacher used to take time, days for evaluating, here we'll get the result instantly. And second thing is like the diverse set of submissions which is there in terms of video presentation or oral presentation or in terms of essays, code. So everything can be analyzed by AI and the scores can be given instantly. This is the good points which I am talking about. And coming towards plagiarism testing and the content of AI writing in it, that also can be done instantly by AI by searching across all the global database, which is very difficult for the teacher to do. And also the advantage we are getting, like the feedback we are getting is more personalized based on the student. But what teacher has to do is whatever the feedback we got from AI assessment, we should, like the teacher has to see the student background, his emotional state, his context, his purpose, and as per that he or she has to mentor the student, and then only we can say the holistic evaluation of the student has been done. So this way we can use both AI and teacher to help student grow. And one more advantage is like the AI proctoring tools have come, which have used AI agents to analyze the behavior of students while giving the remote exams, or seeing their behaviors, or seeing their eye movements, seeing their head movements. So based on that, like the remote proctoring is done by this AI, which is very difficult for the teacher to monitor the student in large cohorts. So these are the advantages. But the ethical challenges which we are facing is like the models, whatever we are using for assessment and all, these are basically driven by the dominant cultural references or dominant language patterns which we have used for training the model. So sometimes the data sets are very much biased. So if a person or if a student is writing, let's say, an essay in his own language, or he is using some unconventional argument, that may be scored unfairly by the AI model because it has not been trained with that data. So this data biasness is there. And let's say sometimes the AI can issue the flags if there is suspicious activity, if there is anomalies. But sometimes, suppose, let's say student has some anxiety or some neurodivergence issue is there, then he may be gazing his eyes, he may be moving his head, which can be flagged by AI. So in all those cases, the teacher has to make the conscious decision whether the flagged one is any issue with the student, or it has any technical glitch, or it is a cheating done. So in all these cases, we need the teacher to be there. So AI can be used as a tool, but along with it, teacher is definitely required to make these ethical decisions. So what I understand is like we cannot go without AI because AI can be used as a support tool, but teachers cannot be replaced for having this empathetical touch or for making this human-centered decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Myself, Professor Vimal Bhatia. I'm from electrical engineering, and we do teach AI ML as well. And in fact, my thesis was in adaptive systems. 20 years back or something, we worked in adaptive signal processing parts, and machine learning is similar to that. So, so I'll say from engineering perspective, or think that I think it is something that it's going to stay. We have to live with it. So it will be in the loop. Somewhere in the system, it will be there. We'll have to use it. So for example, for research, we use Plaque check. It's very common. It has been mandated even for the undergraduate thesis and all when they submit. So Plaque has to be. So they also, as an undergraduate student in second year, third year, they get to know, yeah, it is not good to plagiarize. So this is not something that you can do. On the question paper side, yeah, it can help in scalability. I agree, that yeah, if you have numbers, then you can. But personalization is important. For example, many times we see, you see when we, I mean, not in the theory exam, but when we are doing practicals. So in practicals, we will assess, we go and sit next to the person who's doing a practical, and sometimes there's impromptu question that comes in. Why did you connect like this? Or what happens if I change the voltage to certain levels? So those are something where we challenge what they are thinking, how much their understanding is, which currently AI may not be able to do. And also sometimes, as others have said, that some students may be nervous, simply nervous, or they would say the same thing but in a different words. So again, as an instructor, we have this empathy. We can understand what they are talking. Technically, if they are right or wrong, sometimes they use their own language, so they may not be very fluent with English. So they may be using their own terms, or using English in their own way. So it's like many students have seen they translate word to word, but that doesn't really happen from one language to another. But they do it because that's how they have been trained and that's how they have come. So it is something I think we'll have to live with it. Regarding the divide, yeah, there could be urban and rural divide, but with the IT infrastructure, that is slowly coming down. But then again, yeah, if somebody doesn't have a good connection and is giving an assessment, then how do you assess that part? That you are having an exam and suddenly the network goes away. So those are some technical challenges how the assessment will happen even for larger scale. I think yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, thank you.
Regarding use of AI for out of the classroom assessment, suppose we tell a student that, okay, whatever I have taught last week, there will be a quiz on that, 30 minutes. You can take any time you want, any day, say next 1 week, you can have any time. And you can have the multiple attempts for doing that quiz. You can attempt, say, 10 questions one time, 10 questions next time. So, and as soon as you finish the quiz, you will get the result. So this type of tools or use of technology in assessment, even creation of questions also, and jumbling of the answer, especially in case of multiple choice of questions. So students really love that, the amount of flexibility they get in doing, answering the question at the time of their will. So in fact, students feel much comfortable and even perform much better than that in doing this type of exercise, and that improves their learning. If we talk about the conventional way of examination, there also, again, we have tools where you can have the conventional descriptive type of answers, as well as short answer or multiple choice of choice questions. There also, these tools help in a up to some extent, in the sense that they can, for multiple choice question, they can help you in the marking of that, and in the final preparation of the score, creation of grades and all. So yeah, and in fact these tools are already available in some of the Western world. People are using a platform like OnQ or Crowdmark, where these type of assessments are done, and in fact they are liked by both faculty as well as students also, and it gives the real-time feedback to the student. And in fact if you are evaluating the quizzes, in fact teachers also come to know that, okay, whatever I have taught last week, whether the student has grasped it or not. So it is helping the student community in a great way in their learning, as well as for the faculties in saving their time and dedicating their remaining time in some of the other activities, student-related activities such as projects and all. So yeah, I'll encourage student to use these type of tools for their evaluation as well as for improving their performance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Pata. So actually I was one head of Center for Continuing Education at IIT Roorkee around 5 years ago. And at that time before COVID, it was before COVID, and we understood that there is a lot of need for skill development and other things. So such things got evolved during that time, and that's why a lot of EdTech companies are coming. And here also we learn about Thapar Learn, so they are also going to do. So AI as a tool for assessment will always help for helping in assessing people with respect to if they are doing learning for masses, it can be done. Also there is a good thing is that as pointed by some of the colleagues here, that it removes the human biases, okay, but it excludes the human empathy which is there. So that is a challenge. There are a lot of challenges. I'll first list what colleagues have mentioned here. So like some of them are my own viewpoints also. Like for long answer type questions, design based questions, it will be difficult. We require a better tool. Like in JEE exam also in NAT questions that we ask. So we are limited to a certain level. We cannot assess. So we have to break down the problems into various sections if you want to assess. So for design-based problems, etc., where at least which require very high skill set, it may be difficult. Then regional languages, and also the people, the students who are from rural background or from simple background, they may have difficulty in writing the answers, and the AI-based tools can actually assess them lesser as compared to their usual skill. Also, the ethical issues with respect to submission also will be there. On one side, there is a chance that the student may submit. For the case like NPTEL exam we organize, every week question, one quiz the student has to give for every half an hour of the video, which is released every day. Now, every week they give quizzes, that is okay, but still we are not able to take exam in the physical mode. We have to take the exam in the physical mode at the end, in the NPTEL also. Actually the students come and then we assess, and based upon that marks only their grades are released. So this is a challenge. Then out of classroom assessment, which involves multiple things, is still challenging. Okay, so we have to develop this. Use of such tools, AI-based tools in social science fields like archaeology and history, etc., may be challenging. There is a likelihood of a wrong bias also. So that may be there, because the way the politics, the geopolitics is going, so they can bombard with the wrong perception, okay, and then the AI-based part or assessment will always think it is correct. And also there is a problem that we may seem to be knowing the correct answer, but 25 years down the line, that means the next generation will not know that what is correct. They will only know what is there in the internet. Okay, so this type of problem will be there. So these are some of the challenges which exist with AI-based assessment. There are a lot of opportunities also, like for teaching the masses, we can remove the human biases. These AI-based assessment tools can be very good for small calculative technical fields. So they can very well assess and they can very much decrease our workload, and this way we can actually impart teaching to a lot more people as compared to what we are doing. IIT sir was mentioning, still we are only having less than 1500 students in our, all the bigger IITs, also the older IITs, also not having more than 1500 students. And so this way we can actually reach out to the people. I think this is it from our side. All of you please discuss. This is when we actually, all of us, when we saw this session title, we were also thinking what we have to do. This was really a good mind-boggling session for us also for this. So thank you so much for giving us opportunity to be here and give our viewpoints, but certainly the discussion can go on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists, for that engaging discussion with those ideas to reflect upon. Let's now pause, and I will call Dr. Amanpreet Kaur. He will just address and introduce our new keynote speaker, Professor Rajesh Dikshit, sir.
Thank you, panelists. Now we have our next keynote address by Professor Rajesh Dikshit. He is a professor in Civil Engineering Department, National Institute of Technical Teachers and Research, Bhopal. He would be delivering a keynote talk on Beyond Accreditation, Implementing Outcome-Based Education for a Future-Ready Workforce. I hope we all can halt for 30 minutes to start with our lunch. We just had high tea. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, organizers, colleagues, educators, I know I have come between lunch, so I think it's a difficult time. That's why I'm not playing PowerPoint. It will become a long one. It is indeed an honor and privilege to be addressing you today at the International Conference on Transforming Higher Education for Future Education. As in the morning somebody said, Industrial Revolution and now. I think we are really at the moment of history of higher education. In another 5 to 10 years, lots of things are going to change because of the new forces that are coming in. And this is also true. What we have been doing so far has been, we are trying to perfect yesterday's education, but tomorrow's challenges have already arrived. So it is no point of perfecting what we were doing earlier. It is a fact, those who are in primary schools now, when they will be in jobs, 65% of the persons will be there in the jobs which have not been created yet. Let me share one data. The World Economic Forum in its report has predicted by 2030, over 1 billion people will need to be reskilled due to technological disruption. 1 billion people. That's not a trend, that's a tsunami. The question is not whether change is coming, it is already there. The question is, are we going to lead a transformation or are we going to be swept away by it? I think one of the solutions for that is moving beyond accreditation, compliance, and embracing outcome-based education as our strategic weapon for creating a future-ready workforce. 3 forces have been shaping engineering education in 21st century. First of them is input to outcomes. Initially, for generations, we measured education input, like today we are discussing about attendance, how many hours we taught, how many topics we covered. Then we started moving to measuring outputs, like how many students graduated, what percentage passed, how many got placement. But the truth is neither inputs nor output tells us what our graduates can do with what they have learned, what are their abilities, what outcomes they have attained. I have been visiting engineering institutions across the country as chairman of expert committee of NBA, and I'll tell you what I have observed in most of these institutions. There are a lot of disconnect in what they have learned and what abilities they have. Even recently, if you look at one of the IT sector, despite training those graduates, they were having good GPA, that's why they got into a leading company. And hundreds of them were laid off because they could not perform. So this is where outcomes becomes really important. If we do not make them attain outcome within these four walls, I don't think those 6 months of training will make them attain those outcomes. The second force which has been there is teacher-centric to learner-centric. Today, Professor Chakravarti was saying you will be having 10 minutes classes for those 1 credit courses. But you just walk into any engineering classroom today, and what you will see is a scene from 19th century. A sage on the stage delivering knowledge to passive recipient. Now they are not passive recipient because they are actively doing WhatsApp, surfing web, and going to Twitter and X, etc. So earlier they were passive recipient. As Professor Chakravarti rightly pointed out, this model worked very well when information was very scarce. And today, information is abundant. You want one topic, there will be number of good professors teaching on YouTube. But what is scarce is ability to synthesize, analyze, and create. Google can give you lots of information. YouTube can teach you lots of procedures in minutes. But why do we still teach if we are the only source of information? The paradigm has flipped. Our role is not to be a source of information. Our role is to be catalyst of learning, facilitator of discovery, and guide for innovation. Probably all these three things are in the next 3 sessions. The third force, which is really going to change our education system completely, because this earlier panel discussion also was about that. That was AI and automation. Today, Grok, Cursor, ChatGPT, and Claude can write much better codes than most of our students. AI can analyze data patterns in matter of minutes, which humans would take weeks to do. Machine learning algorithm can optimize design faster than teams of engineers. So where do our advantages lie? But what AI cannot do is, it cannot think ethically about the design decisions we make. It cannot collaborate with diverse teams to understand cultural context. It cannot innovate by combining insights from multiple disciplines. It cannot lead with empathy and inspire with vision. This is where our human graduates become irreplaceable. Not by competing with AI, but collaborating with it and directing it for the best purposes of humanity. And at the center of all these forces is outcome-based education, because from input to outcome is outcome-based education, learner-centric is outcome-based education, and giving the best abilities like from AI and automation, that is also outcome-based education. Actually, where did this outcome-based education started in engineering? In mid-90s, Boeing realized they are hiring graduates from the best of universities with very good GPA. But they were not able to work in teams, they were not able to communicate with each other. Whenever a new problem, a new situation was given, they were not doing. So Boeing came up with a report, I think with the University of Columbia. We want students who memorize never strokes, we don't want them. We want somebody who can design our aircraft blades with the use of fluid mechanics. We don't want somebody to recite project management theories, but we want somebody who can manage complex interdisciplinary projects with real deadlines and real consequences. That is where Boeing came up with a desired list of graduates. Actually, that was given in my PowerPoint, so because I want to omit it, make it short. But okay, I'll just summarize. Many of those abilities were not engineering. Communication, teamwork, systemic thinking, creativity, lifelong learning. These were, apart from engineering abilities, were included. And this became base of ABET EC 2000 criteria. I think this report came out somewhere in 95. and by 96 they worked on it, and in 2000 they have implemented ABET 2000 criteria, which has become worldwide. And later on in 2004, graduate attributes and professional competence framework was developed. Our fourth version has been released in 2021. Why did they change? It was not about meeting industry needs, because they want to reimagine purpose of engineering education. The question was, are we producing engineers or are we producing graduates with engineering degrees? Difference is profound. An engineering degree is a document. An engineer is a person who solves industries and society's problem. Today, almost 30 years have passed when the Boeing has submitted the report. But I still visit lots of institutions. But what do they ask? What documentation do we need for NBA accreditation or for ABET accreditation? How do we map our course outcome to program outcome? What evidence do you collect for when the evaluators visit? These are wrong questions. I have seen in many institutions, they make very good course articulation metrics without even understanding what those program outcomes mean. And dutifully, students are told about course outcome, but without having any idea how these outcomes are related with their future careers. Even assessment data is, because it is all computerized, it is collected and stored, but it is never used to improve your teaching learning. This is a compliance theater, not educational transformation. The right questions are, how do we create graduates who will thrive in a world we cannot predict? How do we develop professionals who can solve problems that have not been in existence yet? How do we nurture innovators who will create jobs of tomorrow? I think a lot of talk about creating jobs has been going on in the previous sessions. And why it is beyond accreditation? Because accreditation is about the minimum quality assurance. Are we going to be satisfied with the minimum quality assurance? No. So it has to be only starting point. We must move beyond accreditation. And many times I have seen, most people say, what is the meaning of this vision and mission statement? Let me tell you, when you design a building, do you start designing the plumbing or electric wiring? No. You first go with the vision, what is the purpose of this building? Who will be using this building? What are the requirements? That is the same approach outcome-based education takes. It starts with the vision and mission statement. These are not the statements on website and displayed everywhere. These are the statements which should guide each and every decision you take. Then vision and mission of student department are translated into program education objectives, which are a specific statement what your student graduate will be doing after 3 to 5 years after graduation. That is, this connects your programs to real impact, because 3 to 5 years later they will be working in industry or doing higher education. Lower to that is program outcomes. So PEOs are operationalized into program outcomes, which are basically abilities of our graduates, or other specification of our graduates. These are our graduates, and these are the 11 or 12 abilities they have. These are our promises to industry and society. Basically, whenever you promise a car with some specification, it should work with that specification. At the lowest level is the course outcome. POs are broken down because we have to analyze those program outcomes, how those program outcomes be attained. And then we'll come to the course outcomes. And these guide our whole course, daily classroom activities. The design is always top-down, implementation is always bottom-up. Every classroom activity must contribute to course outcome. Every course outcome must contribute to program outcome. Every program outcome must contribute to program education. In case some course outcome is not contributing to program outcome, remove that, because it is not required at all. OBE basically rests on the 3 pillars. One is, most important is outcome-based curriculum design, because that is where the outcomes are decided. What outcomes students are supposed to attain after the program. Second thing is outcome-based teaching learning, how those outcomes will be attained by the students. And third is, how do you know whether students have attained those outcomes? That is outcome-based assessment. And here the program outcomes are a real game changer. And they are not arbitrary. They have been derived from the internationally recognized graduate attribute defined by International Engineering Alliance. Whether it is of ABET or whether it is of NBA, almost all of them have been done by that. And now it has come up with the revised version 4, which has been released in 21, and all member states of Washington Accord are expected to comply by 26. NBA has already done in 24, 25. I'll share you major changes that have occurred. One is intellectual agility and lifelong learning has been emphasized a lot. Earlier, we treated lifelong learning as a nice-to-have skill, but now it is survival skill. The half-life of engineering knowledge used to be 10 to 15 years in 16 and 70s. Now it has shrunk to 2 to 5 years, depending on the field. What that means is, many times our graduates, by the time they pass out, they will become obsolete. Half of their knowledge will be obsolete. So we are not preparing for a 30 or 40 years career. We are preparing our graduates for 8 to 10 years or 2 or 3 years. What this means is our graduates has to be learning at least, because they have to keep on learning, keep on changing careers. Second major change is a lot of emphasis has been given. Earlier it was not there. Now on the creative problem solving, creativity and innovation. Google can solve most routine problems. AI can optimize most designs. But the premium will be on those graduates which can creatively solve problems and innovate. That is where there will be. Third major change in the GAPC or graduate attribute is digital literacy and data analysis. Every engineer must now be fluent in digital tools, data analytics, simulation, modeling. But digital literacy goes beyond that. It has to be, you have to ethical use of tools, digital tools also should be there. Then interdisciplinary knowledge and social awareness. Engineers do not work in isolation. The first time graduate attributes have mentioned about social sciences. Before that, it has never mentioned social sciences work. Because what we require is, like if you want to solve climate change problem, we require engineering, policy, economics, social science. If you want smart city design, we need technology, urban planning, sociology, and public administration. I was very happy to learn that Thapar Institute of Liberal and Social Sciences will be exposing all engineering students also to social sciences. Then ethics, diversity, and inclusion has been mentioned umpteen times on our GPC. Almost everywhere it is full of that. I will not go into much detail because everybody knows about that. And sixth major changes, they have aligned graduate attribute with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So now, not only you will be expected to engineering, they are expected to contribute ending poverty, ensuring clean water, energy, building sustainable city, etc. This will transform engineering to a technical discipline to a force for global good. What will be the change in our graduate? Let's say a traditional civil engineering graduate is there. He will design a bridge that meets structural requirements and passes safety regulation. But when an OBE graduate designs a bridge, he will design a bridge not only meets structural requirement, but also considers environmental impact. It has been included everywhere. Serves diverse community needs, uses sustainable materials, incorporates smart monitoring system, contributes to regional economic development, all while collaborating with environmental scientists, urban planners, NGOs, community leaders, etc. So this is the major difference. If you go through the program outcome 3 or graduate attribute 3, you will clearly see the difference because cultural context, everything is mentioned in program outcome 3 and graduate attribute 3. Now, this is good, very good. But what are the difficulties in implementation? First thing is faculty preparedness. Now, faculty is expected to facilitate active learning, design, authentic assessment like complex engineering problems, measures complex competencies like teamwork, ethics. This requires a massive professional development need of, on outcome-based curriculum design, outcome-based teaching learning, outcome-based assessment, especially outcome-based assessment, because wherever I have gone as an NBA expert, I have rarely found complex engineering problems being done, hardly being ethics, teamwork, etc., or lifelong learning being measured. They were measured only through COPO metrics, no real measurement was there. Then second biggest challenge is assessment. How do you assess ethical reasoning? How do you assess lifelong learning? How do you assess teamwork skill? These are the questions every OBE implementer will face every day. Because if you are measuring through COPO metrics, that is a different thing that really doesn't matter. But if you have to measure it, it has to be done through proper rubrics, etc. But in many institutions, what I have seen is they make elaborate rubrics for evaluators. they are neither being used, or if they are being used, it is just being kept into a file. No feedback is being given to the student, what are you lacking in teamwork, where are you lacking in communication, or what is wrong with your lifelong learning. Next reality check is, we are under remembering or understanding trap. Somebody talked about Bloom's taxonomy. There are low levels are remembering and understanding. Even our NCERT books calls about lower order thinking skills and higher order thinking skills. But if you analyze most engineering colleges paper, more than 60% questions are on those questions. Like questions like write a short note on, describe something, explain something, those sort of things. Most of those questions will be related to that. That will not lead to any outcomes, because all our outcome from PO1 to PO11 new, earlier it was 12, all of them are apply and above. So if you want to get out of this trap, you have to have questions which will be actually testing their outcomes. Next is soft skills paradox. This one of, I have seen in number of WhatsApp forward, one Carnegie Institute of Technology research is being shown, and that like they have done that research, and 85% of the success comes from personality, technique, communication, negotiation, and leadership. And only shockingly, only 15% comes out of technical knowledge. I don't think that research should be true, but to at least 50-60% definitely comes out of these skills. Because I always give example. I assume you all know all the POs are graduate attribute. So first five POs are basically about engineering knowledge related to engineering. Remaining earlier 12th is 7 POs were non-engineering. I always say our Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable MP, Rishi Tharoor, both of them are not engineer because they don't have PO1 to PO5. But they are both successful persons because they have leadership, teamwork, communication, lifelong learning, all of them they have. That is where I think in the morning, everybody talked about ethics. Professor Gurjar was talking about morality, and earlier also, teachers should be role models. So I think everybody knows ethics is very important, because you are not going to employ a housemaid or a watchman also whose integrity is in doubt. But do we pay any attention to ethics in our curriculum at all? Actually, Warren Buffett was once asked, what type of person will you employ? He said, look for a person, 3 things in a person: intelligence, energy, and integrity. If he doesn't have the last one, forget about the first 2. Because if he has first 2, very intelligent person, very hardworking person, no integrity, is going to be Natwarlal or fraud. I won't talk about communication and teamwork. Industry have been complaining about that. Communication, teamwork, earlier persons also have mentioned this thing. This communication and teamwork have to be emphasized, but they don't get that much. Rather, in Indian context, it is said, 1 plus 1 does not become 11. 1 plus 1 becomes 0 because both the persons make sure that other person is not able to work. Then lifelong learning. I think nobody can survive with that. But we claim that we are developing lifelong learners. But our assessment methods rewards students for finding the right answer. They do not reward persons for asking right questions. I think so many persons have emphasized asking right questions or looking for multiple valid solutions. We look for one single, this is the only answer, that sort of thing. Most of these skills are not paid attention in our teaching learning process. It is not my intention that you should introduce 1 or 2 subjects for each of this. That should not be done at all. Rather, both communication, teamwork, ethics, lifelong learning should be part of each and every subject. Apart from that, what I have seen, in most of the colleges I go, complex engineering problems or part of POs like designing of experiment. Designing of experiment is virtually not there. Experiments are already designed, you just carry out and do it. But these are part of both graduate attributes and program outcome. The next one is industry-academia gap. Whenever, in most of those meetings, you meet industry also during accreditation visit. What they say is, they know theory, they do not have enough practical exposure. They can solve textbook problem, but the real problems are there, they are not able to solve. They can work very well individually, that is true for very Indians, they cannot work in interdisciplinary teams. Somebody is giving instructions, ask follow procedures, but they will not be able to take independent decisions. I think one of the IT company head has also said that we have fired many persons because when they were given independent projects, they were just passing time. Acknowledging these realities is not about criticism. It is about how we can go for a real authentic transformation of OB. And I don't think anywhere OB is being really practiced the way it should be practiced, because we should not be having grades. Somebody has asked question about grade. It is about the outcomes. Can you do it or not do it? It is not about what grades did you get. So some of the transformation study, I'll try to keep it short. Start with curriculum redesign. Think about the outcomes, what outcomes are required, and design experiences to develop them. One example is, don't have 2 courses of engineering economics and project management. Design an integrated experience where students develop business cases for engineering solutions, combining economic analysis with project planning, stakeholder management, and deadlines. Then second thing is pedagogy. We need lots of training in pedagogy. So replace your long lectures where faculty deliver content with active learning sessions, where students solve problems, analyze cases, create solutions. You can use flipped classroom for that. You can already give them material and then solve problems here. Replace individual assignment with correct answers. With team challenges, addressing real industry problem with multiple valid solutions. Textbook-based learning to project-based learning. You can use many methods like design thinking workshop, flipped classroom, regular exposure to industry, through guest lectures, site visit, collaborative projects, and even make a list of problems what they have and start solving them. Second thing is assessment. So we can introduce portfolio-based assessment. Actually, the new SAR of NBA actually talks about for every program outcome, you have to make a portfolio. So students compile evidence of their learning journey, reflecting on how they have developed each program outcome. So that is NBA SAR requirement also. You can use capstone project, peer assessment. You can involve industry evaluation, make rubrics for almost everything, rubric-based assessment, because they give you good feedback. Next, integrating technology. Use AI tools for personalizing learning experiences, feedback, and identifying learning gaps. Use simulation, virtual learning, data analytics, digital. There's so many things you can use. One of the most important is faculty development. For doing all these things, you need faculty development. So continuous professional development of faculty is essential for OB. Then create communities of practice so they can share their experiences, what problems they are having. You can have a lot of interaction with industry so that faculty remain current with the industry needs. And somebody has talked about student feedback. Student feedback about teaching and learning should be integrated so that we can improve our teaching and learning process. So these are some of the things we need to do. But look at 2035, when our current first year student will be in mid-career sort of thing. What type of world they are likely to face? Perpetual change. There will be a lot more human AI collaboration than today. There will be global challenges like climate change will become more severe. So many cloud bursts have taken place this time. They just say. Then there will be distributed team. I don't think somebody will need H1B visa now, because everybody can be working from home or from their own places. Then one of the major changes that is likely to occur is traditional employment of 8-hour job is likely to go away. And this will be supplemented by freelancing, consulting, entrepreneurship, etc. But here OBE gives you an advantage. It creates graduates which have adaptive exercise, meta-learning skills, systemic thinking, cultural adaptability, innovation mindset, ethical reasoning, and so on. OBE has 2 more advantages. One is worldwide recognition through Washington Accord. And if you look at NEP, almost everything is mentioned in NEP is there in OBE, like holistic development, multidisciplinary approach, skill development, critical thinking, values, and ethics. So alignment with OBE means both global and national alignment. So what we need to do? First thing is, stop thinking of OBE as compliance. It is not for accreditation. You need to create document. Start thinking of this as your competitive advantage. Second thing is, empower your faculty, train them for transformation, because great institutions are built by great teachers, and great teachers need support from the institutions. Third is align with global purpose and local impact. Connect your program to the grand challenges of our time. So many grand challenges are already there. One great thing about OBE is it has a multiplier effect. One transformed faculty member influences hundreds of students who he has trained. Those transformed students can influence dozens of colleagues. One transformed institution will be changing the entire ecosystem. 20 years from now, our graduates will face challenges we can't imagine, using technologies that don't exist, in jobs that haven't been thought about or been created, and solving problems that have not been identified. And for that, if we implement OBE authentically with passion, precision, and purpose, they will be able to face that uncertain future with unshakable confidence. Thank you, and I will not come for a longer time between me and lunch. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to everybody who has been giving patient listening.
We'll stop here and we'll just go for the lunch and have a refreshing lunch. Everyone, please join us.